Tradoon. Tradoon.
but those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
The infant, the adult.
Ontogeny.
I have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to have you here. Thank you for joining me again. Thanks for being here. On today's broadcast, we're going to be talking about something that I've been meaning to talk about for a while now, but we're finally getting around to it. It's not going to be the most fun topic, but we're going to try and have fun with it. We're going to try and laugh so we don't cry. We're talking about AI dinosaur art. And we'll be talking about AI art in general and kind of the AI landscape and all that stuff. It's important to talk about, I think, in a changing world like this. Of course, I'm not an expert in that kind of thing. I'm not a computer scientist. I'm not a programmer. I'm not some sort of AI scammer either. But I am a paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I work on, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Last summer, we were out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream in Wyoming and Utah, and that was a ton of fun. It was a wonderful opportunity for some science outreach. Some of you were here for that, and I hope you enjoyed it. We'll be doing that again this next summer. But anyway, as a paleontologist, fossils are what I study. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are the particular clade that I'm interested in, that I specialize in, that I work on. So, as a paleontologist, as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm here to answer your questions about dinosaurs, try and give you an inside perspective into how fossil science works. Just kind of hang out. Try and be a resource to anybody who's interested in the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. So if you've got any questions about anything related to natural history, extinction, evolution, biodiversity, dinosaurs in particular, dinosaur behavior or anatomy or anything, do not hesitate to ask. That's what I'm here for, you know? Before we get into any of our topic stuff for the day, let me scroll up to the top of chat and say hello to everybody. Scrolling up to the top. KC Snow Art. So glad we stopped at you. It says, I appreciate the art in quotations, Danny. So, I'm going to say this multiple times during today's stream, but go follow Casey Snow Art. She does all kinds of cool animal art, including some really good dinosaur work, so go give her a follow. She's an example of an actual human artist. We're going to be talking a lot today about how most artists are chronically underemployed, underpaid, underappreciated, and have their work stolen from them just as a matter of course on the internet. This is getting worse and worse and worse with AI, so yeah. Go follow Casey Snow Art. Go follow a real artist right now. Who else have we got here? We've got Oscar Juniors and Baja Smancer, Grim Deviant and Sandwich Nom Nom, Texas Cryptid and Hugin, Golganek and Rakadactylus, Chris TS and Red Bulwark Finder, Keeper, and Rel Jenkins. And Matt M33 with a 60 stream streak. Holy cow, that's not even close to 60 dings, but we'd be here all day. Matt M33, thank you for your incredible consistency here. Every single day. Matt M33, I really appreciate you. Thank you for being such a stalwart member of this community. Such an enthusiastic supporter and viewer. I appreciate that, Matt. I really do. It's great to have you here. As it always is. As it has been for the past 60 streams. Who else have we got? Charlie's Dragon. Rita Schultz says hello from Berlin. And hello, Rita Schultz. In the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It is great to have you here. Howdy, howdy. How are things in Berlin? Good, I hope. It's probably dark outside already. It's still bright and sunny here. Glad you're... We've got official Curly TV who's typing to us from Munich right now. Well, well, well. Or maybe, yeah, I should say. Yeah. Bad Mendex and Nyanza. Birds are dead on. And the Lenina. How are you doing, Lenina? Welcome, welcome. Always wonderful to see you, Lenina. Hope you're having a good day. Phoenix the Archaeologist. Bonsoir to you, too.
Ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus.
Allosaurus.
Mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age.
Yeah.
Giant meat eater with long, dagger-like teeth.
Paleo Apato 1, Paleo Apato 2, Paleo Apato 3.
Kitty
Paleo
Whiskers
Apato
Mew,
4,
thank you for the
22
5 months of
done.
support. I really appreciate that, Kitty Whiskers Mew. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff, good stuff. Sloppy Salamander is here as well. Welcome, welcome. Breed Hub, howdy, howdy. Dan the BC Man. Paleo Lord. Undisclosed Space Frog and Lara Gale. Little Pink Pony, and... Let's see, this is going to be stuck in my head all day for sure. Oh yeah, you bet, Casey Snowheart. That's a good song, and that's not AI generated. That is by a music artist named Miss Papaya. The song is called Pink Dinosaur, I believe. I'll give you a link. Let's see... Yeah. There we are. Yeah. There's a link for you right there. We're gonna continue this for right now. Tommy Plodicus, how are you doing? Neverwinter Pool, howdy howdy. It's good to see you. Yeah. SG Rock, howdy howdy. TNT gonna blow, hello hello. And Squiggles Dagabo, AI as I see it is a fun tool. Lots of things can be fun tools, or they could be, you know, outright theft, which... That's the thing, is that when a tool relies upon stealing the work of others, it does become inherently negative, I think. It does become kind of inherently a bad thing. So yeah, it depends on the training data set, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. But yeah. And Mary L says, hello, Mary the physicist is here. Cheers, how you doing, Mary? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. But yeah. And Kitty Whiskers Mew. Bingo. Bring him around. Very nice, Kitty Whiskers Mew. A toy box. What even is my childhood? Maybe there was a name change or something somewhere along the lines there, Casey Snowart. I don't know. Yeah. And Gimpleg, I'm glad you're excited for today's topic. It's going to be interesting. Yeah. Good stuff. What if it only used public domain stuff? Then that'd be awesome. Dan the BC Man, that would be awesome. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that, if that were the case. But yeah. And all 10 of the... Yeah, there you go, Casey. Yeah. I'm so glad you're here. This stream is, like, hopefully going to be right up your alley, Casey Snowhart. Yeah. And yeah, Regadactylus is my department, cognitive science. Pretty regularly has our brown bags discuss something to do with all these generative AI models, and we pretty universally hate them as they're being used publicly despite them being important technological accomplishment. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah. Could you maybe elaborate on that? Sounds really interesting. I'm not sure I know what you're Brown bags. That's a term that's sailed over my head. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah. That's the thing, is that, like, I'm not against the technology per se, but the way in which it's being used to steal the work of artists and try and literally put artists out on the street by stealing their work, it's unconscionable. Yeah. Informal meeting discussion. We bring a brown lunch bag and say, oh, gotcha, Rhacodactylus. Okay, cool. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. In fact, I feel like I've heard that term before now that you remind me, so thank you. Yeah. And Gimpleg, we're going to be talking about that as well. Yeah. And Birds of Dead On says, apparently the internet is so flooded with AI images that AI quality is going down as it increasingly uses other AI as reference. Yeah. When you make a clone of a clone of a clone, like in science fiction, the quality just tends to degrade. It's like making photocopies of photocopies. And we'll be talking about that today too, the whole like dead internet hypothesis. Yeah. So anyway, the percentage of AI sources increase. Yeah, it's scary stuff, Chris TS. And really, the only way to, I think, fix this is to have regulation about this kind of thing. You know, consumer activism doesn't work because we all know that consumer activism just doesn't work for the most part. But yeah. We even had our ant stolen by someone doing AI. Wait, really? They took your Antonia art, Science Streams? That's not okay. Yeah. But yeah. Platform decay. There you go. Yeah. And yes, Rhacodactylus, I'm very... The encrudification of the internet? I'm familiar with this term you're talking about. Rhacodactylus, yes. I appreciate you being so conscientious about that. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna do our best to stay upbeat about this today, and have some fun. But I know Valentine's Day is tomorrow, and Tom Holtz, one of the few paleontologists who's still on the website formerly known as Twitter, he retweeted this from John Hutchinson, who's another paleontologist. He says, I heart this. Here are some candy hearts written by the neural net GPT-2. It's one of the most powerful text-generating neural nets out there, but I don't think it really knows what is expected of a candy heart. Look at some of these examples. Woof, hoof, hoof. Wicked eat a tree, bath towels. Flying whale. Doomed. Ants can stay. Yeah. This reminds me of, it's just the absurdity is what's funny about that, obviously. Yeah, where was that? With Bart's candy hearts. I guess it was from here? Yeah.
Attention everyone, this is Principal Skinner. Some student, possibly Bart Simpson, has been circulating candy hearts featuring crude, off-color sentiments.
I was trying to find the clip where he's actually, like, painting them on. He's got, like, a jeweler's loop thing on his eye. And he's, like, very carefully with a tiny red paintbrush. It's like,
Well, let me tell you something. Valentine's Day is no joke.
Oh, and the Vietnam flashback. Oh no. Anyway, you don't have to see this
Sending your
part.
chick a Valentine, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, this guy gets shot, and it's... Yeah.
Johnny! Johnny!
Cool, I broke his brain.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Dan the BC Man says, I took mine offline, your art offline, before AI took over. I had some stolen, and when I confronted them, they then sold it to them to avoid... Interesting, huh? Anyway. And The Simpsons used to be good, yeah. I miss those days too, Rakadactylus. Although, I keep hearing rumors that it's good again in the last season or whatever, but it's so hard to believe that I don't know if I've been burned so many times before, you know? I don't know if I'm ready to be hurt again. Yeah. And Hugin, we don't know about Neosaurus. That's a weird critter. We're not sure what's going on with it. We need better fossils, Hugin. We don't have enough information yet about that critter. We don't know what it is. But yeah, and Hugh, we're going to be talking about Nightshade too. Yes, yes indeed. Anyway. The whole reason why we're doing this stream right now, it was prompted by something. Let me show you. I don't know where it went. Shoot. Well, I found out about it through Twitter. This is making the rounds. There was a book that was making the rounds, and it's just an AI scam. You know, somebody used some sort of generative AI thing to draft up some images, and they thought they could make a quick buck by selling a How to Draw Dinosaur book to gullible rubes. Well, maybe it says something about me, but I purchased it. This is abominable. I couldn't resist purchasing it just for the purposes of today's stream. We're going to be talking about this today. We're going to be dissecting it. And then I'll be returning it after we leave a review to warn potential buyers. Caveat emptor and all that. So yeah, how to draw realistic dinosaurs. Note the strategic placement of this box right here over the fingers. Because as we all know, generative AI has tremendous difficulty with fingers and with other digits as well. Look at that. Just absolute dog water garbage. Let's see, I'm buying it so you don't have to. There you go, Kitty Whiskers Mew. Yeah. And then, look, even the colored pencils are... This is kind of AI dinosaur art in a nutshell. Just dirty, rotten scams. Just... Ugh, basura. Garbage. So we'll be going through this book later. And then we'll be leaving a review. So, stay tuned for that. But yeah. And Celadon K, I would agree. That I should really call it AI images. Although even the AI part of it, that might not even be 100% true. I know computer scientists would say... Some people would say, like, oh, well, it's not actually artificially intelligent. It's just a generative model. I don't know enough about computer science to be able to make a distinction like that intelligently, but the people who are experts in this kind of thing sometimes make that distinction. And they know more about this than I do. So, yeah. Don't judge a book by its cover, but look at this cover. There you go. HG, the inside's even worse, if you can believe it. The inside's even worse. Yeah. But yeah, they're diffusion models. There you go, Rakadactylus. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. And so saith Blue Front. That makes sense, Lenina. Yeah. This is a wrap-up song. Let's skip this one. That's better. But yeah. And yeah, Charlie's Dragon, that's, yeah. We did do a stream at some point about Chat GPT. I wonder if we have that as, if that's in our VODs, or if that's before we started, let's see. No, that was before we started posting all those VODs to YouTube. Yeah. But yeah. Some chatbots are supposedly getting close. Yeah, I don't know, Squilgles de Gabo. I've heard some computer scientists say that we'll never achieve true artificial intelligence. That it's just literally impossible. And I'm not an expert in this sort of thing. I really don't know. It's outside my realm of expertise, outside my field. Oh yeah. The results are still the same. Phone prediction-esque code. There you go, Kellen. Okay, yeah. Like I thought, there are going to be people here in chat today who know much more about this subject matter than I do. I'm here to offer a paleontologist perspective on art, on dinosaur art. And, I think at the beginning here, let's take a look at this lovely video by well-known artist James Gurney. Some of you will already be familiar with his work. Like, for instance, from this. 1997's, or 1998's? I think it's 97. The World of Dinosaurs United States Stamp Collection. I had these when I was a kid. I still have them today. In fact, a member of this community sent me this in the mail, and so I can frame it and put it up on the wall. But this is a really, really well-known artist who does incredible work. James Gurney. You might recognize his style if you've ever heard of a little book series, which has also been translated into video games and a television miniseries and stuff, called Dinotopia. Anybody here familiar with Dinotopia? Written and illustrated by James Gurney. This is some excellent art. Full of wit and imagination and soul. James Gurney doesn't just do fantasy artwork like this, and these dinosaurs are really, really well rendered for, like, what they are. Dinosaurs, and there's an Edaphosaurus there too, it looks like. So it's not just dinosaurs. Is this a Baryonyx or Suchomimus there? Getting his teeth brushed? That's lovely. Oh man, I love that. That's gotta be Baryonyx there. Yeah. So, how does James Gurney paint dinosaurs? I feel like before we get into all of the nonsense AI stuff, let's see how an actual artist works. And let's get a glimpse into the actual, like, human creative process here. Take a look. We've watched this before. It's such good stuff.
Take a journey back through time. What would we see? What did our world look like ages ago, during the time of the dinosaurs? The land was warmer than it is now, and the oceans were higher.
This is in, like, the late Cretaceous, Campanian stage, I think?
Was underwater.
Yep.
A warm, saltwater sea divided North America in two. In the west was a lost continent known as Laramidia.
Yeah.
Recently, I worked with paleontologist Scott Sampson to bring to life the dinosaurs that he has discovered along the shores of this vanished world. I drew sketches of giant crocodiles grabbing young dinosaurs by the tail and pulling them down.
Casey Snowart says, I got to hear him give a talk at the Denver Botanical Gardens when I first moved to Colorado. Very cool. He signed my Dinotopia book. Such a cool guy. He embodies childlike curiosity and enthusiasm in a way I can only hope to emulate. I have a tremendous amount of admiration for James Gurney and his own method of painting dinosaurs has really kind of inspired a lot of my own work. So, like, I follow some of his processes when I'm doing, like, more time-intensive illustrations of dinosaurs for scientific publications and stuff like that. Yeah.
I imagine battles of bull Cosmoceratops fighting off challenges from their rivals. Tyrannosaurs lurking at the edge of the swamp, waiting to catch the unwary.
Casey says, I truly think this is why art and science are so closely connected. The best people in both worlds are always brimming with curiosity and enthusiasm. Yes! Oh man, that's just like that. I'm tempted to go back to that clip with Richard Feynman talking about, you know, whatever it is that you do, do it to the utmost that you can possibly achieve. Do not be a dilettante in any way, but just strive, and you know, the people who are the best in their fields, they have just pushed everything to the very limits of where they can go. And there's something really special about doing that, whether you're an artist, whether you're a scientist, whether you're a historian, whether you're whatever you do. Yeah. In fact, you know, let's just pull that up. Goodness. Yeah, that's... There it is right there. Yeah. Good stuff.
So his dreams, if he has happened to have thought about that. So the point is, and our backgrounds give us a slightly different point of view. I mean, a scientific background. Like I specialize in physics, to say he specializes in paleontology. So his information on dreams might be more deeper, more evolutionary. For example, he might, well, he can't, we don't have a way of telling, I suppose, about the evolution of dreams, but he might know, for example, about other animals. He might have thought about whether other animals dream and what the signs are, and all other things that I hadn't thought of. I can't make it up now because I'm not the paleontologist, but I believe that, yes, I find always that a good man...
oh, that's awesome.
Casey's back.
Oh.
I take it all back. A good man. I talk to good men in other fields.
Or person.
There's certain kinds of men in every field that I can talk to as well as I can talk to a good scientist. I met a historian, or a writer of history, from France once, and I had a marvelous conversation.
Human. There you go, yes, yes.
Maurois. His name was Andre Maurois. And then I met an artist, Robert Irwin.
And there you go, Ricadactylus, yeah.
Important artist in Los Angeles in modern art, and I could talk to him at the same depth of excitement. So I take it all back. If you give me the right man,
right person,
in any field, I can talk to him. I know what the condition is. That he did whatever he did as far as he can go. That he studied every aspect of it as far as he has stretched himself to the end. He's not a dilettante in any way. And so he talked deep as far as he can go, and therefore he's up against mysteries all the way around the edge. And awe. And we can talk about mystery and awe. That's what we have in common.
Yeah. You see that sort of thing with people like James Gurney as well. You know? You're not taking shortcuts. You're not letting the computer do the creative part for you. As badly as it does it. You're doing that yourself because you find joy in that, and you find fulfillment in that, and you... When people talk about art having soul, I think that's what they're talking about. There is like a human striving for improvement in there. and taking bits of your human experience, the life that you've lived, the observations that you've made, the things that you've learned, and you're putting it in there in a way that is easy to relate to for another human being. You know? It's got stuff beneath the surface there. It's real hard to replicate.
Attacking from behind, they would immobilize their prey with powerful jaws and heavy three-toed feet. How could I take these sketches to the next level? I needed to know how these poses looked in 3 dimensions.
It's like home-baked versus factory-baked. I mean, it goes beyond that, I would say. I don't know. I suppose. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll get into that in a little bit. Let's continue with this.
I made wire skeletons. Then I built up the flesh with clay and baked it in the oven. Then I painted the figures.
There you go, Eric. Yeah.
And set them up under a bright light. Now I could see how the light and shadow played across.
And there you go, Casey Snower. I like that idea. I like that attitude. Look at the little...
I drew the scene in pencil, and I was ready to paint.
A little parakeet. Parakeet? Budgie. Yeah, we don't really have that term here in the U.S. Echidna. Yeah, that's more like a British Commonwealth thing. UK and Australia and New Zealand. Probably South Africa.
I then turned to Cosmoceratops.
Yeah, so the original specimen of Cosmoceratops I have visited multiple times, including once this past summer, in the collections at the Natural History Museum of Utah, NHMU, in Salt Lake City. Gorgeous, gorgeous specimen. And that one's a cast right there, Squiggles.
15 to Cosmo.
Yeah, so this one's a cast, but the original is significantly darker than this. And like, here, I'll show you. Let's pull up my photo from June. Here we go. In the collections of the Natural History Museum of Utah, there's a little tour that we went on there. In the collections, there's Randy Ermis, who I believe is curator. There's Diabloceratops right there, and Cosmoceratops. This is a big honking skull. It's like 4.5 feet long. It's big. It's big. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, his painting, you mean, looks sculpted, Squiggles. That's the thing, is that James Gurney actually, paints from sculptures like this. Like, he will make a sculpture before he'll do the 2D image, and so he can see how the light plays on it, and he can just envision this as a 3D object like that, and then transfer that 3D object into just 2 dimensions. That's why his stuff looks like it's sculpted, It's really amazing. Yeah. And just the... So, I want to point something else out here. This is a dinosaur. I think this is Teratophonius that he's illustrating here. Let's look it up. Let's make sure it's Teratophonius. Yeah, there we go. Teratophonius and Gripposaurus. So this dinosaur had never really been illustrated before. And so when James Gurney went to create this piece of art, he's using a number of different references here. like this is a Tyrannosaurus.
More during Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard and frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Thank you, Tez. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Good stuff. Since this, like, Teratophonius, that's the first specimen anybody had ever found. He's doing one of the first illustrations ever of that animal. And so, how does he do that? Well, he's drawing inferences in an intelligent way from the relatives of this animal. He's got this Tyrannosaurus skull sculpt right there. This, like, miniaturized T-Rex skull that's, I'm sure, correct in their proportions and everything else. He's using that as a reference for this. He's creating something that's brand new based on references that do already exist. Does that make sense? We do a lot of this in paleo art. Thank you, Reaganation. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. So that's the thing, is that, like, in order to actually do good paleo art, you have to have an understanding of what you're working with. You can't just work by copying this or that, because he's going to have to look at this Tyrannosaurus skull and in his mind translate it. He's like, I'm going to have to make this narrower, I'm going to have to make the teeth a little bit less robust. He's thinking about how these animals have evolved, what's their evolutionary trajectory, and he's incorporating that into his drawing. It's the sort of thing that you can't replicate with a computer. You know? Does that make sense? That's part of what makes James Gurney not just such a good artist, but such a good paleo artist as well. As he's thinking about all of the information that's available to him and synthesizing it in a creative way. You know?
I then turned to Cosmoceratops.
Yeah.
With its 15 bizarre bony horns, it was one of the most highly ornamented of the ceratopsians.
And look at all these other ceratopsian dinosaurs that he's laid out there for reference. Like, this is what a paleo artist does. You know, you've got some sort of like an internal Rolodex of images in your brain, but also it really helps to be able to look at a physical object like this, especially if you work in the same way that James Gurney does, because you're looking at how the light plays on the texture of the skin and the shape of the frill and everything else.
A group of dinosaurs known for their elaborate horns and frills.
There you go, kid. I agree. Oh.
By sculpting its portrait, painting it, and taking it outside, I had all the information I needed.
This is so cool. This is so cool.
Were the males colorful like male birds, or drab gray like rhinos? No one knows.
They're probably colorful. Rhinos are colorblind. That's why they're not colorful. These guys had full color vision. Would have been much more visual animals than rhinoceros, they have very poor eyesight in general. Look at that. Gorgeous. There you go, Claire.
When
yeah.
it was done, the art director from Scientific American came to pick up the paintings. This is like a lion in the way it's taking down its prey, but it would be using its feet instead of its hands.
Putting some spacers on so that the painting doesn't get all mucked up when it gets transported in the back of my car.
Good idea.
The car doesn't get all mucked up.
I don't care about the car.
Good stuff. There's a really, really excellent documentary video that James Gurney put together. I think it cost like $10 to buy. It is well worth it. I've purchased it, and he just kind of like walks you through. This video is just a little part of that. But he's got all kinds of really, really cool tips for how to paint dinosaurs. Yeah, there's the DVD there. Oh, never mind. Download now available. There you go.
Hi, my name is James Gurney, and welcome to my studio.
Blocked? Oh, goodness. Oh, hang on.
I'd like to tell you about an art instruction video that I just completed called How I Paint Dinosaurs.
Here's a link.
I'm going to use these two paintings as examples, which I did for Scientific American magazine. And I'll take you through the entire process, from research to thumbnail sketches, to the three-dimensional maquette that I build for accuracy in lighting and perspective. Then the line drawing and the final painting. I'll show you studio tips, the thinking behind each step, and the entire process. I mix it right in by dipping a palette knife into the cobalt dryer just to get a couple of drops.
Oil paints.
And then mix it directly into the white
I never had the
paint.
patience or the budget for
Now,
oils.
you may use different tools, and you may paint different kinds of subjects, but the methods are essentially the same. In this video, I'll give you a time-tested method so that you can take any idea in your imagination and make it look real.
Cool
When you're
stuff.
painting an imaginary form, the key to realism is lighting, and that's why I make maquettes. I take another branch and start close to the dinosaur and move farther and farther away. You can see how that shadow gets softer and blurrier. And since not every painting goes according to plan, I made sure to include the second thoughts, the revisions, the corrections that I made at various stages in the process. This video will be available in two different forms, a download and a DVD.
I don't think it's available as DVD
The
anymore.
DVD has a couple of bonus features that you don't
wouldn't want
get
that
in the
anyhow.
download, including a slideshow of dinosaur artwork, a color print, and a special video feature on types of brushes and the strokes you get with them. So I hope you can use this video, How I Paint Dinosaurs, to benefit your artwork, whatever kind of artwork you do. So go get them.
Cool stuff. Again, there's a link right there. But yeah. Tomas says, so the biggest problem with AI art is that it's stolen? Well, for thinking about artists and how not to put artists out of a job, then yes. You know? If we're thinking about how it's bad for human beings, then yes. But also, it's not good at doing dinosaurs. It's very, 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 very bad at that. So, like, yes, it's criminal. And, like, generative AI art requires stealing the work of actual artists. But also, it just produces this complete garbage dog water slop as well. So it's really got nothing going for it, except that it's, I guess, quick and easy? But yeah, I don't know. But yeah. And Casey Snowart, it also opens the door wide for legal loopholes regarding the ownership of our own data online. Agreed. Yeah. And yeah, Alexander Morrison says same with Crocs and Gators too. They look too monstrous and far too fantastical. And birds as well. Yeah. Just about any animal, it's really, really, really bad at. And that's because it's trying to, like, well, when you're looking at a picture of an animal, you expect it to be a reflection of reality in some sense. But instead, it takes, when you ask for a real animal, it gives you some sort of made-up fantasy creature. And that's deeply frustrating for people who actually are passionate about the natural world. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I hope it does. It's also bad at plants and fungi. There you go, Diagonal. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Nightmarishly odd. Yes. Finder Keeper. Yes. Why don't we, I was trying to earlier to find a decent video on the dead internet theory. And I was unable to find one that really kind of wanted to, that did what I wanted it to do. You know? Be like a quick, pithy, and well-informed, well-made video about this sort of thing. If anybody's got any suggestions in the chat, I'm willing to see them. But, yeah, also a video preferably under 10 minutes long. Which many of these are not. Many of these are multiple hours. But yeah, what is that theory about? The idea is that with the rise of, you know, like, generative models and you know, AI art, AI text, and stuff like that online, that you just have all of this artificially manufactured content. Stuff that's written by bots or by AI models or whatever that appears on the internet, whether it's in tweets, on Twitter, whether it's in Instagram posts or whatever else. Hang on, this explanation is going to have to wait a second here because we're getting a raid from Woodcraft by Owen.
Woodcraft by Owen and their 19 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Well, well, well. Woodcraft by Owen, how are you doing and how was your stream? I hope it was really good. MavK14 says, brought some friends? Well, I appreciate that. Owen, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Shoot. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on, what I dig up during the summers. And we're talking about dinosaurs today. We're talking about dinosaur AI art. And what a threat that poses to the public's understanding of dinosaurs, the ability of artists to make a living, if their work is being automated, even if the work is, like, the AI stuff is total garbage, which it is. In a world that values, I don't know, in a system that values profits over people and speed over quality, this sort of thing poses a real threat, and it's important to talk about that. So yeah. And science-focused diagonal, ooh, this might be exactly what I'm looking for here. It's a little long, maybe, but... Oh, interesting, okay. Played with a bit of resin pouring again. Very nice, Woodcraft. Very, very nice. Well, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the raid. I appreciate the follow as well. It's great to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. Right as you were raiding in, I was explaining this idea of, like, the dead internet theory. And I guess it comes down to, with the rise of, like, bots and stuff like that, so much of the internet, so many of the posts and the videos and, like, stuff that goes up onto the internet was not actually created by human beings. It's created by generative models, or by bots, or whatever. And sometimes you have bots replying to other bots on posts that were created by a bot. So it's like the majority of the activity on the internet eventually, not eventually, it's already starting to happen. By some estimates, the majority of activity on the internet is not people doing things. which is really scary. So it's like the internet is kind of dying. It's not being used by people anymore. It's being used, like, the majority of stuff that's out there is just bots replying to other bots that are replying to other bots. And that's a really scary thought, you know? It's why, like, Google search results are getting worse and worse and worse. They're just not relevant anymore. You might have to go through several pages of the results to find anything remotely related to what you're looking for. It's almost like the same idea when so many people, myself included, don't want to answer their cell phone anymore. Because almost every single time you get a call, it's some bot or some scam saying, "Oh, well, your vehicle warranty may be expiring." You know, the internet was originally created for human beings. And because of the profit incentive and a lack of regulation, so much of it is just deteriorating into scams and bots and just automated processes that aren't actually good for anything. But they're easy to propagate, and so they just propagate like a virus throughout the whole thing. So yeah. And there you go, Casey Snowart. Yeah. Hopefully it was for an appointment that actually exists, Casey Snowart. But here, as an example of this, I made sure to stash this here. Here we go. This was a really, really interesting exchange, and it just shows how Twitter itself is completely imploding for a number of different reasons. First of all, because that knucklehead was forced to buy it after he tried to back out. I shouldn't laugh. It's really sad. I used to really like Twitter, and now it's dying. But this guy says, cool example of dead internet cannibalizing itself. Ancient spam account posts a generated image description with no image, drawing swarms of admiring text spam bots which generate imaginary human reactions, read the replies, to an image which doesn't actually exist. So this post got deleted, but yeah, he screen grabbed it first so we can see that. And so this is an AI account here. Like, this is not real. It's a bot. It's a bot right here. So what you have to understand in order for this to make sense is that there was supposed to be an image here, like an artificially generated image, but something goofed up and it didn't actually post the image. Instead, there's just a description of the image here in the tweet. So this bot here posts, the photo captures a couple exchanging vows at sunset. The emotions it evokes are love, happiness, and the memory of a special day filled with promises. And then you have all of these replies that are all generated by bots as well. None of these are real. None of these are an actual human being typing this. And it becomes really, really obvious because there is no image. They're reacting to an image that doesn't exist. Oh, such a beautiful moment. Wishing this couple a lifetime of happiness. This photo makes my heart melt. Love truly is magical. I feel like we actually need some different music for this right now. So let's see. Let's try this. This is actually pretty cool. It's kind of ironic because this was all put together in a very creative process by actual passionate human people. They put together this machine that through various whirring mechanical sounds and stuff can emulate songs like Spanish Flea. Check it out. So really cool. Trying to make the point here that technology is not the enemy, it's the way that people use it to exploit others. This is really cool. So anyway, nice soundtrack for this. This photo speaks volumes about the magical bond between two hearts. This photo truly encapsulates the beauty and magic of true love. This photo truly captures the essence of love and happiness. Such a beautiful memory. These are all artificially generated. They're all like scam bots that are replying to an image that doesn't exist. And there's so many of these. It's really nuts. Anyway, here's a link to this if you're curious about it. Yeah. And who's paying for all the blue marks on all those bots? I mean, part of it might be hacked, you know? Also, it's really cheap. Like, $8 for Twitter verification is nothing. What this tells you is that all of these, like, bot accounts that are verified on Twitter, and remember, originally the whole, like, verification thing, Elon Musk was advertising this as a way to, like, prove that, like, oh, I'm a real person, because, you know, I paid to have this badge. A bot couldn't do that. No. All the bots have these. Basically, if you have a blue check next to your name, it generally means you're a scammer or a con artist or a bot on Twitter now. It's one of the reasons why the site is completely imploding. But yeah.
Very costly business nowadays to articulate a dinosaur.
Carl smile, a breathtaking moment frozen in time. Love radiates from this stream.
Delta Rain, gratitude radiates from this streamer for your 500 bits. I appreciate that very much, Delta Rain. Holy cow. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, this is, like, when we talk about the dead internet idea, this is what we're talking about here. You know? And we've got a... Diagonal, thank you for sharing this video. Let's hope this is relevant here. I haven't looked at it yet, but I think this should hopefully be on topic.
YouTube has a problem. Most of our information ecosystem has a problem at this point, but since I call this little corner of the internet my home, and that's science communication, I have a problem too. The problem is an epidemic of mis- and misleading content made to scam your attention, written and read by bots created by probably nefarious individuals for monetary gain alone. You've probably seen what I'm talking about. How many ostensibly educational YouTube channels like these have you come across? There always seems to be at least one in my recommendations or what's next.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever actually clicked on one of these myself, but I assume that people do. The topics being broad, science-y, and, well, pretty provocative. Now,
so,
I never...
I've encountered this myself. We've done this live on stream where we've seen, like, dinosaur channels. There's one of them that even... It's called Dinosaur Discovery or something? Let's see...
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Standing TW Leather, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. It's good to have you. What dinosaur was it that we were looking for the other day, and it just kept bringing up... was it Dinosaur Discovery Channel or something like that? I want to say it was called something like Dinosaur Discovery.
Trajune.
I think this might be it. Videos. Yeah, where they use these, you know, it's either scraped images or like gross AI art. Like this, maybe.
Hello.
And
the creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Geo Jim, thank you for the raid, and how are you doing? Welcome, Geo Jim. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. I would love to know how your stream went. Tell me about it. GeoJim, if anybody would like to follow a real-life geologist here on Twitch, now is your chance. GeoJim also does science outreach on this platform, and got a lot of admiration for what GeoJim does. It's good stuff. Geology is such a cool, important topic, and I really wish it were like required learning for people. It's so incredibly interesting.
145 gift subs in the channel.
Anyway, Reaganation, thank you for gifting Albal. I appreciate that, Reaganation. Thank you. And GeoJim rocks. No pun intended, Pontius Pirate. Maybe you did intend a pun there. The point stands. GeoJim is wonderful. Go give him a follow. Introduction to those basic rock-forming minerals today on stream. Ooh, starting with the fundamentals there. Very nice, very nice. Thank you, GeoJim, for the raid. I really appreciate it. Today, we're talking about AI dinosaur art and AI in general, kind of the dead internet idea, all that stuff. That was prompted by this right here. Let me show you.
Ew.
Yeah.
Brother, this guy stinks!
This was like an AI generated book that you could buy on Amazon if you want to get scammed, or if you want to point out a scam like I'm trying to do here. We're going to be writing a review of this later after we look through it, and then I'm going to be returning it. But this is like a quick cash grab scam kind of deal. How to draw realistic dinosaurs. This is not at all realistic. This is not a real dinosaur. Look at the toes on that. Just absolute dog water garbage. It has tree roots for feet. Exactly, Golganek. Yeah. And you can tell they covered up the finger. This must have... Who knows what kind of abomination is underneath this. They put this over that so you couldn't see the fingers. You know? Yeah. So anyway, the inside is even worse, if you can believe that. We're going to be looking at that in a little bit. But right now we're talking about the problems that AI like this poses for science literacy and education online. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, let's continue with this video here that Diagonal posted, because it's probably pretty good stuff. Oh yeah. Shoot, we've found some supposed, like, these videos might be AI generated. I'm not sure. We've encountered some of the videos from this channel in the past, and they're pretty garbage.
In the forests and floodplains of Lake Cretaceous, North Africa, one of the largest and most powerful predators ever to grace the surface of planet Earth stalks its prey. Lurking in the tree line, it quietly observes a small herd of sauropods who have congregated at the edge of the lake to drink. Biding its time for the perfect moment to strike, this is Carcharodontosaurus.
And, like, no credit for the art or anything down here, nothing.
A gigantic apex predator, a member of the theropod family that also includes
theropods are not a family.
Such as Acrocanthosaurus.
Theropods are not a family. That's not the right rank. I'm not sure. It's got to be order, suborder, infraorder, something like that. It's not a family,
and
though.
Giganotosaurus.
One of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous, is a dinosaur.
It's Chai Latte Nebula.
Awesome 3 months, and may there be many more.
Thank you, Chai Latte Nebula. I really appreciate your support. It means a lot to me. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 3 months. Appreciate you. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of, like, just garbage in here. And it kind of gets worse the further you move along in the videos.
Are thin and are thought to have been frequently replaced in life.
Like all theropod teeth.
Dinosaurs such as Tyrannosaurus rex, Carcharodontosaurus could not have relied upon crushing its prey on the same scale as other large theropods.
Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of this kind of crud online, especially on YouTube, and that's kind of what this video here is about. So let's get into it.
For monetary gain alone. You've probably seen.
And Geo Jim, thank you for the 26 months there.
Ontogeny.
I really appreciate that.
Paleo science shake, paleo
Thank you, Geo Jim, for the 26 months. That's excellent. I appreciate you. Thank you.
What I'm talking about. How many ostensibly educational YouTube channels like these have you come across? There always seems to be at least one in my recommendations or watch next. I don't think I've ever actually clicked on one of these myself, but I assume that people do, the topics being broad, science-y, and, well, pretty provocative. Now, I never thought much about these channels until one of my facility members pointed out that there's something a little weird going on with all of them. A possibly coordinated effort to skim your precious attention using mostly auto-generated clickbait that is posing as high-quality science content. And being the scienceman that I am, I take that personally. So, let's dive a little bit deeper into YouTube's science spam problem. So, with very little searching, I quickly found almost 24 channels representing the problem as I see it. And the first thing you notice is their extreme uniformity. Almost every single one details the same broad, generally interesting science-related topics like the James Webb Space Telescope, aliens, ancient mysteries, mass extinctions, and so on. You know, the kind of stuff you'd see on a history channel, but you'd only watch if you fell asleep with the TV on. The next troubling thing that I notice is that these channels publish
good, Reiko Deck. That's good.
I'm
glad you like this one.
12 hours. This is a rate that I know is literally impossible for even the best creators to pull off. No one is this fast. Not PBS Spacetime, not Minute Physics, especially not Vsauce Get Wrecked, not Kurzgesagt, no one. This indicates to me that at least some part of these channels' content generation process is automated, cut and paste, or both. Then there are the thumbnails. They are just so cookie-cutter that you'd be forgiven in thinking many of these are just the same video across multiple channels, and they might in fact be. The same dramatic images, the same text font, the same arrows and circles pointing at nothing of consequence. This would at best be clickbait on a non-science-oriented channel. But on these channels that are representing themselves as educational, these thumbnails are misleading at best and intellectually offensive at worst. Look at this. How many of these images are either AI generated, photoshopped to the point of ridiculousness, or of things that didn't happen or don't exist? I don't know. Most of them? This is not what happened to her.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Pontius Pirate, 27 months. Thank you for that, Pontius Pirate. Really appreciate you keeping me here online for the past 27 months. And 26 months from Geo Jim, I really appreciate that ability to continue to do this, you know? It's only because you make that possible. So thank you very much for that continued support. It means a lot. Yeah. It's a lot of months. It is, Reagan Nation, yeah. Yeah. And a train is hyping too. It's true. We got a hype train going also. And let's continue here.
This is not Christina Ricci. That nose is photoshopped. That baby is made to look like a baby from Avatar. She's not sleeping with her cobra. That's a python. That's Titanoboa. It did not exist at the same time as humans. No one ever caught that thing. That skeleton is too big. Jet Li doesn't look like that anymore. No one rides spiders. This woman is not Snoke. That crab never existed. She didn't exist. This is this is Photoshop. This is Photoshop. That never existed. This never happened to him. This woman doesn't exist. Those conversations didn't happen. This robot is too big.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Finder Keeper, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that, Finder Keeper. Thank you.
This dog is not Bane. That is not what we discovered in Egypt. No one ever wore that mask to court. And worst yet, there is painfully little creativity here. These channels have identified a few topics, words, and images that do numbers and spam them like crazy. Here, let's play a game real quick. I'm gonna click through a couple channels and see just how quickly I can find a thumbnail with either Michio Kaku, Elon Musk, or Joe Rogan. Essentially, the bong rips of science content. Okay, let's start with the first channel.
Oh,
and
boy.
Here we go. Oh, there's Elon Musk right in the cover. Oh, Elon Musk right on the front page. Elon Musk.
Yep.
The Kaku. Elon Musk, front page. The Kaku, front page. Joe Rogan, front page. Kaku, front page. Joe Rogan, multiple times on the front page. Ooh, oh, the Rogue. Doing pretty good. Nope. Ooh, this channel, it doesn't seem like they're spamming any sort of Kaku or Rogan. Surely if I go further.
What is this? They've got dinosaur images in there?
Sort of.
It's happening now. Scientists find a way to travel through time. Not true.
Kaku.
Another. This looks like it's supposed to be a sauropod, but it's got 5 legs. Proxima B, nearest habitable exoplanet. Oh goodness, just.
Or Rogan.
Being alive in Jurassic time. What if you lived in the Jurassic period? Stolen art here. Troodon and Tyrannosaurus, neither of which is from the Jurassic. Just, complete dog water nonsense garbage.
Surely if I go further, it's not like I'm gonna find something. You got a Musk. We're going to the Kaku. We got the Kaku. We got the Musk. This is all on the first page of all of these things. These people don't do it because they're mostly making stuff up. So this is all getting a little weird, right? And there's no one to actually contact about that weirdness in the channel's About sections. At least I couldn't track down any of the real emails for real people. You go into my About section, you email me, I get that email. Trust me, I read them. And even more telling, in the description for almost every single video on every single one of these channels, it's not, hey, thanks for watching. It's a very long description of why they shouldn't be copyright claimed, or explaining what to do if you want to copyright claim them. It's not like these channels think that using blurry Netflix and Discovery Channel footage is okay. They know what they're doing, and they're trying to get away with it. We haven't even watched a video yet, and it's all suspicious. Videos with tens of thousands or millions of views and millions of subscribers, and yet they have relatively few comments at all. They all have names that are some combination of buzzwords: tech space, future unity, Cosmos Lab, Territory Space, Voyager Space, Destiny Space, and so on. All of the logos are exactly the same. The same minimalist design, same white on black, the same video topics, the same thumbnails, the same logos and links to each other. Now, I can't prove that this is a small cabal of evil attention kidnappers, but I would not be surprised. In fact, I'd bet on it. Okay, so just on the surface level, this looks like a veritable tsunami of science spam on the corner of the internet I call home. But the actual content of the content is somehow even worse. Look, it'd be one thing and more forgivable if it was just some guy who you could identify who's grinding out content and trying to beat the algorithm, but it doesn't seem like that. What it seems to be is copy and paste text read by robots over stolen footage on a massive scale. To show you what I mean, I'm gonna play just a random video that I chose from one of these channels. I'm going to play it behind me to make it less likely that they claim me, which I'm absolutely positive they're going to try to do after this video. Now tell me that this isn't a robot reading some sort of press release.
It has done it again. The James Webb Space Telescope keeps finding galaxies that shouldn't exist.
Come on. And listen to this example of a robot clearly trying to be like the most successful science channel with voiceover, Kurzgesagt. There are many, many channels that try to do the Kurz in a nutshell robot VO.
The human brain is one of the smartest on the planet, but there are some things that just can't.
Sounds a lot like it, yeah. Oh boy.
And when you listen to it, it's almost nonsensical. That video goes on, by the way. and I'm going to describe what's being shown on screen. The human brain is one of the smartest on the planet. Timeline of Shakespeare to
I don't know who this
bookstores,
is, Little Pink
but there are
Pony.
some
I
things
don't
we
know.
just can't wrap our minds around. CGI International Space Station, one of those is the paradox. Timeline from your parents to your grandparents, we've evolved to think that reality is a certain way. But there are paradoxes out there that suggest that reality, CGI alien invasion for some reason, doesn't work the way
Kyle Hill
we
is cool. He
think it
talks
does.
physics. He seems cool.
This is auditory,
little dramatic,
visual
but
gumbo.
it's YouTube.
It's
you know,
words and
yeah, like on YouTube, I feel like there's incentive for, I don't know, certainly not for just yammering on and on and on and on like we do here on Twitch. Short, pithy, dramatic. You do stuff with your eyebrows, whatever. That's what you do on YouTube, right? That's what he's doing. He's doing a good job of it.
phrases and images that technically go together just enough to be palatable, but it's you know? If
Yeah.
I'm right, why are these channels doing this? The simplest answer to me is a shotgun method of content generation taking advantage of how YouTube works. By more or less automating a process where you can pump out a clickbait video every few hours. You are
Ugh.
putting out so much content across so many different channels, some with millions of subscribers, for so cheap with the least effort that these creators are bound to make some amount of money off of autoplay and trickbait alone, even
Yep.
if they receive a copyright strike.
So it's basically a scam. You know, it's like it's the video equivalent of spam emails or robocalls or something like that. It's like the vast majority of them that get put out there, you know, just kind of disappear into the ether. Nobody clicks on it. Nobody, you know, picks up the call. Nobody gives them their credit card information. But occasionally one will really hit. Or just a few people will click on each one, and just because there's so many, it'll generate ad revenue for them. And so it becomes profitable, you know? There should 1,000,000% be safeguards against this kind of thing. But YouTube hasn't been very good at that.
You see, money is only placed in escrow on YouTube after a claim is made. So
Yep.
if, for example, National Geographic never makes a claim on their footage, or even just waits a few hours after a video is published to file a claim, the spammers still get money. It might be a small amount of money, but that's why there are so many channels making videos so often. It
There you go.
eventually adds up.
Yeah.
The recent explosion in and access to artificial intelligence only adds evidence to my hypothesis. Search for text-to-speech programs on YouTube, and you will find a similarly thriving ecosystem of channels teaching you how to exploit the system and make money off of almost a fully automated process. No personal creativity needed. The text is written by ChatGPT. The visuals are generated by systems like Midjourney. The voice reading the script is any number of increasingly human-like TTS AIs. And almost all of these tools are free, making the barrier to entry, and therefore the barrier to spamming the platform, negligible. Some of these channels outright acknowledge this, and even give themselves challenges to create successful science-y channels that pull facts, titles, and descriptions from ChatGPT in as little time and effort as possible. I would bet my hair that these tools are behind the epidemic of
Baja Spencer. Yeah,
science
probably.
spam on YouTube. I mean, just look at how cynical some of these are. Make a bunch of money by just using AI and copy and paste top 10 lists. I said this was going to be a huge problem just a few weeks ago, and it's becoming one even faster than I thought. One of the biggest offenders is Riddle.
Clayberg says, I think I do okay with my YouTube. I tend to ignore most of the suggestions that aren't from channels I know I've watched before. Keeps me in the dark on new stuff, but if something is worth watching, I'm sure someone will let me know, yeah? That's what I try and do too, Claire, but it's like, it becomes difficult in that, like, there's not a person behind the algorithm in the sense that, like, no one's making recommendations. It's all automated. And so you will get recommended all kinds of just nonsense garbage. I don't normally, like, click on things on the front page for me. Even though most of these are pretty good. Here's my front page for the Paleontologizing account here on YouTube. But this one, best documentary? I think this is an account that just, like, reposts different professionally produced documentaries here. SciShow is really good. PBS Eons, you know them. You love them. PBS Eons is one of the best paleontology channels on YouTube. Animalogic, you know, these are trying to do a lot of stuff that we've watched before. But you start doing a search. Let's do a search for dinosaurs. And you just get complete and utter garbage here. Here's like a 45-minute video that's...
It's a dinosaur.
And Squash is off. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I think a lot of this is just kind of designed for, or even like AI generated for iPad children. Just feral iPad kids. Yeah, there we go. From Dinosaur Discovery right here. Giganotosaurus, the terrifying carnivore that was bigger than a T-Rex. They got that part wrong. It's not T-Rex. It's T, period, space, lowercase r, E-X. Anyway, it gets a lot worse when you filter it for videos posted today. This is really kind of harrowing. Take a look at this. It's just clickbait garbage. Brightly colored things. Dinosaurs with, like... Are these Mexican wrestler outfits? Or superhero skins or something? Just... Yeah. That actually looks interesting. But it kind of shows, like, the people who are clicking on things. A lot of them are, like, feral iPad children. Like, apparently your grandson, 25A. Uh-oh.
In an
Oh!
unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time.
Octavius King.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Well, well, well.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Oh no! It's a little basal ornithischian there. Octavius King.
King and their 51 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Thank you, Octavius King, for your raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? How are the rats? And all the other critters, including your chatters? Hope we're all doing well. It's wonderful to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you could be here today. We're talking about kind of an unsavory topic today. So I hope that's okay for you and your viewers. But we're talking about... We're talking about AI dinosaur art.
Ew!
And we're talking about, like, the dead internet idea. We're talking about bots and scams and all kinds of stuff. And how that affects people's understanding of science in the general public and their understanding of dinosaurs. What it means for the future of paleo art. For people who try and make their living reconstructing extinct animals. All that good stuff. So yeah, AI got dinosaurs too. Yeah, Octavius King. Word. Here. This was prompted because of this book right here. This AI scam that clueless rubes on the internet might purchase. I purchased it for the purposes of this stream. Call me a clueless rube if you want, but we're going to be leaving a review for this and then returning it afterward. But how to draw realistic dinosaurs. This is all AI generated slop garbage. Just crud. How to draw realistic dinosaurs. This is not a realistic dinosaur. That's not any known dinosaur. It's just computer generated nonsense. And look at the digits there for example. And for that matter, look at the colored pencils. Ugh. They didn't even bother to, like, actually clean this up in post before. Like, it's just a cynical cash grab. Like all AI art, you know? So we'll be looking through that book later and leaving a review. So stay tuned. Yeah. 200% accurate. There you go, Patrick Pirate. Oh, boy. So anyway. Naive people victimized by scammers. Tomato potato, Rankatactylus. No. I don't know. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to be leaving a review on this. Is like leaving a very honest, candid review of that. But yeah. I'm worried about when creationists latch onto the dino A art to argue that's evidence of scientists lying about evolution. It's probably already happened, Rankatactylus. I haven't seen it yet, but it'll happen. Yeah. Thesis topic approved. Holy cow, Patrick Pirate. That's all my life has been of late. Congratulations for you, Patrick Pirate. Holy cow. That is deeply, deeply exciting. For those of you who don't know, Patrick Pirate is, well, a scientist. And maybe an illustration of a point that we often try and make here on this channel, that scientists are usually overworked and underpaid, underappreciated, and it's tough out there for a scientist. Patch is fighting the good fight, and just got her thesis topic approved, her doctoral thesis. That is really, really exciting. Holy cow. So yeah, that's why I had to go back to school. Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're doing a great job, despite operating in some real headwinds here. Good for you, Patch. Congrats. Take a breather. You know, celebrate. Do something special, you know? Oh, master's thesis. Please don't wish a PhD on me. All right, shoot. May that master's degree offer you all the opportunities that a PhD would not. Sometimes a PhD can be kind of a curse. Oh man, I'm excited for you, Patch. I'm excited for you. That's thrilling. Good stuff. Yeah. I feel like I'd make less money if I had a PhD. Yeah, probably. Some of, like, among my friends and colleagues, the ones who only have a master's rather than a PhD, they generally do make more money. And they have fewer student loan debts, and they didn't spend an extra 8 years of their life doing their PhD, you know? So, yeah. Regalia came in, so I stare at it for motivation. There. Very nice, Patch. Very nice. Well, holy cow. Some brief applause for Patrick Pirate. Congrats, Patch. That's really exciting. Really, really exciting. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and Rose Sand. Oh, yeah, I saw that for another day. Wait, was that... Oh, I talked about that paper extensively with Balint on a past broadcast, Rose Sand. We dissected that paper. It was an interesting one. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, the point that I was making is, like, you know, we're watching a video on YouTube about kind of like garbage AI-generated science content, and there's so much of that here. Well, a lot of it is just like animated children's toys. Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue this right here. Patch, this might be right up your alley, too.
I said this was going to be a huge problem just a few weeks ago, and it's becoming one even faster than I thought. One of the biggest offenders is Riddle, a channel that I've actually seen before and thought was legit, but really is no better. Same topics, same nonsense thumbnails, same spam... Wait a minute. History's worst software errors. That is... my video? Ugh. I liked what an author at The Outline called channels like these. Quote, the grown-up version of the spooky, surreal children's videos created to manipulate YouTube's algorithm system. And it works.
Yep.
Watch what happens when I type James Webb Space Telescope into the search bar here. Notice anything? The exact same offending channels that we've been going through, indexing higher in the algorithm than even 60 Minutes, BBC, or the actual James Webb Space Telescope. This is a real, growing problem. And no, that's not God.
But Kyle,
Some of you might be saying,
what if I like my science videos written and read by robots over stolen footage?
well, first of all, I'd say, fun voice, keep going with it. Second of all, I don't think these channels and the videos they're in are actually the equivalent of just trash TV or tabloids. I think these channels are actively harmful. They
agree.
and disinform the public. And
Yep.
I care about that kind of thing.
That's the thing, is that when you're searching for James Webb Space Telescope, you want actual information on the James Webb Space Telescope. And so to just have that actual information diluted by all of this clickbait garbage nonsense, that does real tangible harm to science literacy. You know? Same with when you're looking for information on dinosaurs on YouTube.
These are cash grabs. And worse than that, they are cash grabs that siphon your attention away from better things. They are trapdoors of attention to pits of nonsense. Again, I can't prove this is one person or a
In
small
all the
group
world,
of...
there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Wood?
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Thank you, Wood, for those 5 gift subs there. I do really appreciate that. Holy cow.
Wood
Thank you,
just
Wood.
gifted 5 subs.
That is excellent, and I appreciate that very, very much. There's 5 people in the chat now who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, plus they get all those emotes. Emotes such as these and such like. Oh, and these new ones too. The Tyrannosaur jaw. Tyrannosaur skull and jaws. But yeah, anyway, we're watching this video here. Let me give you a link again before I forget, because gotta give credit where credit is due. Follow this guy Kyle Hill if you like this video. People keep calling him Thor, like from Norse mythology? I'm not sure I understand.
people
But yeah.
that are making all these videos and channels, even though it seems like that. But what I know for sure is that as an educator on YouTube, and YouTube apparently cares about us, I am offended by this stuff, and I don't want to see it. So what can I do? I make a video like this telling you about it, and I report their butts to the YouTube police. If you want to report these channels, like I did, here's what you do. You log into your YouTube account and then click on the About section. You then click on this little flag down here, and you report the user for spams and scams. Next, you can select any examples of the offending videos. Same topic, same title, same thumbnail, same lack of any real content. Bad news, indeed. Bad news, indeed. Bad news, indeed. Bad news,
Extraordinary
indeed.
group of animals that have ever appeared.
A Ms. Monkey.
The dinosaurs.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button.
Bad news, indeed. What just happened? You're getting reported. It has an additional comment box if you want to add anything. These videos are ostensibly educational. Nothing.
I don't feel like that's... I don't feel like that's a strident enough comment. That doesn't feel like it really speaks to how harmful this stuff is, you know? Just say, like, these are AI generated videos, this is a scam, this is botted, you know, just trying to steal your views. Yeah. Reported for AI content. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
submitted. Look, who knows if reporting these channels or making a video like this will make a dent in this vibrant, diseducational community. But the least we can do is dislike, unsubscribe, and make sure to unclick that bell. Until next time.
Now
There you
exit
go.
the facility.
Thank you so much to the very many staff here at the facility for the direct and substantial support in the creation of this here video. If you
Yeah, anyway, here is that the same guy? It looks very different there. There's a link to that video again. Give that guy a follow or subscribe or whatever they call it on YouTube. I guess they call it subscribing, huh? That's funny, the difference in terminology between platforms. Subscribing on YouTube is equivalent to following on Twitch. But anyway, interesting stuff, right? Yeah. But yeah. Click the unbell. There you go, Fall Machine. Yeah. But yeah. I wish I could find you a better explanation of the, like, dead internet. I don't like to use the word theory in this context, but dead internet theory. Because that's pertinent to what we're talking about here. And this one felt weird. I clicked on that earlier. This one's too long. That one's too long. This one doesn't. It's just narration over irrelevant footage. This one right here is too long. This one here is like a podcast or something. Too long, too old, 2 years ago. Let's take a look at this, maybe.
A little while ago, I was forwarded an email with a video of spectacular fireworks in front of Mount Fuji. The original email said that the fireworks had been intended for the 2020 Olympics opening ceremony that had been cancelled due to the pandemic, and so Japan decided to share the fireworks anyway. It's such a great story, and they really are impressive fireworks. And that might have been the end of it, except something felt off to me. Actually, a number of things felt off to me, and that's what gave me pause, which is the point of this whole video. Pause. Verb. To stop temporarily for the purpose of deliberation or on account of doubt or uncertainty. And I think that in our super connected internet-fueled world, the art of the pause is of utmost importance. So what gave me pause with that fireworks video? Well, first, it was forwarded to me in an email that had clearly already been forwarded multiple times and had no clear original source, no record of who or when it came from. And then I remembered that the Olympics and most live stuff on TV usually has those little watermarks showing it's the Olympics or saying what network you're watching, and this video didn't. And then I noticed the music in the video is the well-known and very European William Tell Overture, which would be an unusual choice for Japan, as Olympic host countries typically like to feature their own cultural heritage. And then I realized that this fireworks display wouldn't actually work very well from a stadium, where Olympics opening ceremonies and their fireworks tend to be held. And then I realized there are firework designs and colors in there that I've never even seen in real life.
This is some basic, like, kind of internet literacy, media literacy, modern age skepticism that, like, is so important.
There doesn't seem to be any smoke. And finally, this is exactly the kind of feel-good story that pulls at your heartstrings, and that marketers and influencers know pulls at your heartstrings. I don't know which of these things first gave me pause, but once I paused, those observations all came spilling out. There are 4 parts to a good pause. First, noticing the impulse to pause. It'll be weak and faint, just a niggling doubt or a tentative question at the back of your mind. Notice it. Second, heeding that urge and actually pausing. Before you react, whether in delight or anger or simply passing by and going on with your life, which is itself a reaction, pause. Third is the pause itself, the deliberation on account of doubt or uncertainty. This part can be short or long. That's up to you and to the reason for your pause, though you probably don't want it to be too long.
Casey Snowart says the older generation believes this stuff so quickly. Internet literacy is important. Not all of the older generation, just half my older relatives. Yeah, but it's a lot of younger people as well, especially like people younger than us, Casey Snowart. We're like, I don't know. I've been seeing this again and again online. I've heard this from people in real life as well. People who work in IT being like, kids today don't know how to use computers. Kids today don't know how to use computers because they've never used a computer before. Because what they have are iPads or smartphones or maybe a Chromebook that they get from their school, but it doesn't really have Windows. It doesn't really have a web browser. It doesn't have, like, you know, these kids don't know how to use a file directory. They sometimes don't know how to copy or paste or even use a URL bar in a browser or anything like that. Everything is apps. And so it's like, it's kind of nuts in that if they don't know how to do that sort of thing, then anything that they find on the internet is also just, you know, they're not going to have that kind of skepticism that people of my generation had to develop over time because we had to, like, just sit down and figure things out, you know? Work on stuff until it worked, you know? Some of the most productive and educational times I've had in my life, like early on, my childhood, were like, here. Story time here. When I was a kid, both my parents worked full-time. And so they had to find stuff for me to do when, you know, when they were at work. And so a big part of that was just like, hey, sit down with this computer, go nuts. From the time I was in, like, 2nd grade. It's like, here's a computer, go nuts. Here's the internet, read about dinosaurs. And if I did not have that time, if there wasn't that freedom to be able to do that, I would not be here today. I would not be speaking to you right now. I certainly wouldn't be here on Twitch, you know? Kids today might not have the freedom to go out and just, you know, ramble out in the woods for, you know, 14 hours and then come back in time for dinner or whatever. You know, like, oh, just make sure you're back in time for dinner. It used to be that, you know, 60 years ago or whatever, right? There might be people who are watching right now who grew up that way, and that was a tremendously formative experience to them. We don't have that nowadays, largely because much of the woods have been paved over or turned into 16-lane highways. You can't go play in the highway. You'll get hit by a car and you'll die. That's a big part of why kids don't really play outside anymore, is because everything's ruled by cars. Anyway, beside the point. I feel like for kids my age, the internet was our outside like that. And now kids today don't have that either, you know? And I don't think they're better off for it. I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong about that. But yeah. Come back when the streetlights come on. There you go, Rusty Guy. Yeah. War on Cars podcast. No, slightly caffeinated. I never even heard of that. Sounds interesting, though. Yeah. I miss bike rides and creek walks. Yeah, Lenina. Yeah. Claire Burr says, I was a Machete in the Woods kid. And pond samples brought back into the kitchen kid. See, Claire? Yeah. Anyway. Ricodactylus says they're not better off for it. It's causing severe problems in general literacy rates because the internet is not designed to facilitate or encourage the skills necessary for long-form reading. Which I feel like it was when I was a kid. There'd just be 40 pages of just text on websites, and I'd just devour it. But we don't really have that on the internet nowadays. Except in a few key places. But even some of those places are gone now. I was really disappointed to hear that that longform.org, which was one of my favorite websites to get really, really interesting long-form journalism, really cool articles about stuff. It's, yeah, no longer updating. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, Lordy. Thank you. Lordy knows that this, I asked her to, bring me a little drink here. She knows this is a topic I get a little heated about. So thank you, Lordy. Yeah. And Chaelzabub, I've not gotten the panda book yet, not yet. But I'll keep a lookout for that, Chaelzabub. Yeah. Oh man, that's gonna be wild looking through that. A piece of history there. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Mayor Spaces, you can still find forums in their own little places. You don't have to stick to the mainstream social media world. Yeah. Although it's trickier and trickier to find those things. Increasingly, the internet is just like a handful of websites. You know? It's Facebook, well, it used to be Twitter, but Twitter is decaying rapidly. Instagram, a lot of it's just like apps now. YouTube, at least, is still a website in that sense, I guess. Same with Twitch. But yeah. Anyway. And Pontius Pirate, thank you for...
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Pontius Pirate.
Pontius Pirate gifted a tier 1 sub to confuse Echidna.
I appreciate that. I was going to ask somebody to gift Echidna a sub, but I felt like that would come across as gauche. Pontius Pirate, thank you for your generosity there, and enjoy Confused Echidna. Enjoy. Yeah. And see, films. How's the new office? You tell me. What do you think? I've got my books here. I've got. Hang on. Just decided to reset in the middle of me moving it around. That there, I even installed a shelf up here this past weekend. But yeah, I am loving the new office. I hope you like it too. Yeah. And yeah. Dame Karen says it's so much harder to wade through the search results on YouTube now. It is. And again, it's because so much of these things are supposed to be algorithmically generated, you know? Trying to turn TikTok into YouTube in that sense, you know? Kennedy says, I will say that don't blame the kids on the lack of manners, and I challenge anyone over 30 to tell me otherwise. What the rhetoric of adults for the past 20 years? It's a good point, Kennedy, yeah. My point is not that, like, oh, kids these days are lousy. No, it's that we are failing kids these days. We have built a world for them that is
protected by massive plates of bony armor.
We're not protecting them with massive plates of bony armor, you know? Patrick Pirate, thank you for the 37 months there. I really appreciate that, Patch. Holy cow, 37 months. It is almost a whole year. Another 30 or 40 months and we'll be almost there. Yeah. Thank you, Patch. I appreciate you. No, the point of this rant is not like, oh, kids these days, rah, 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 shame on kid. No, the opposite of that. It's that the systems that adults have built are failing our kids. The profit motive is failing kids. So yeah. Anyway, I feel like we should take a brief break from this. Do some Metazua because it is now 4:24 p.m. here in the San Francisco Bay Area, which means it's just past. It's I guess 12:24 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. It's time for some Metazoa here. It has just reset. So let's go ahead and guess our animal of the day here on Metazoa.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's get into that. Yeah. Dadgum kids with their Game Boys and their Gigapets. Mayor Space, yeah. Those dadgum kids with their multicellular animals. You know, back in my day, we just had prokaryotes. And, you know, we did fine with them. All these metazoan creatures. Let's give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. Let's get started here. Hyrax, Dr. Irrefutable, that's a beautiful one. It's too beautiful for this game. They don't have Hyrax. Hyrax is a lovely kind of Afrotherian mammal. They're related to elephants and manatees and aardvarks. Rhino, says Paleolord. Let's do Rhinoceros, a perissodactyl hoofed mammal, and we'll see. Oh, this is why you start with a placental mammal at first, you know, because it's almost always a placental mammal, and we know it's a Boroeutherian mammal, but it's not an ungulate, it's not a perissodactyl, but it is a Boroeutherian. Let me show you what we mean by that. Prokaryotes, they're just sellouts. There you go, Rhynchodactyls, yeah. Yeah. Let's go to the mammals. The mammals. MetaZoo trading card. I have not seen films, no. No. Mammals. So, we know it's a mammal. We know it's a Therian mammal, so it's not a marsupial. We know it's a placental mammal, and we know it's a Boroeutherian mammal, but we can be even more clever than that. Because we guessed rhinoceros, and rhinoceros are part of this group. They're Laurasiatheres. And it didn't say Laurasiatheria, so we know it's not part of this group. It's not going to be a hedgehog or a bat or a goat or any other artiodactyl. It's not going to be a whale or a carnivoran. It's not going to be a dog or a cat or a bear or a lion. It's going to be... So we can cross off this branch. We know it's not a Laurasiathere. It's a Euarchontoglire. It's going to be a primate or a rodent or a rabbit or something like that. Could be a tree shrew. Or a pika, or a ground hog, but, so yeah, I don't know, give me the name of, let's knock out the rodents first. Give me the name of a rodent, chat. And let's try and knock out rodents. Let's see if it's not a rodent. Chinchilla. Mayor Space, that's a good one. Let's try chinchilla here. They don't have chinchilla. Let's try rat. And, okay. We do know it's within Euarchontoglira. The Euarchontoglires, but it's not a rat. So, what does that tell us? It's not going to be within Glires. It's not a rodent or a rabbit, so it's going to be a primate or one of their relatives, like a tree shrew or a lemur. Give me the name of a primate, chat. And we'll see if it's within Primata. Here. Lemur, says Casey Snower. I think didn't we get lemur the other day? I want to say we guessed lemur the other day and we got it. So I don't think it's going to be a lemur, although it might be. Watch me eat my words here. Let's try gibbon, like Diagonal guessed. Let's try gibbon. I got us closer. That got us closer. It's an ape. It's within Hominoidea. Hominoidea here on our Tree of Life. is going to be over here. Old world monkeys and apes. The apes, Hominoidea, we've got it narrowed down to just 24 species now. It could be a chimp or a siamang. We know it's not going to be a... Interesting. We know it's not a gibbon, because we guessed gibbon and that wasn't it. Gibbons are over here. Hylobatidae. We know it's not one of these guys. It's got to be one of the great apes. And they are great indeed. Let's, which of these great apes should we pick, chat? Human? Well, there might be a way to be to do this in the fewest number of guesses possible. A moderate ape at best. In case he's not. We've got 7 potential species. Could be an orangutan, but that's an outgroup. I say let's see if it's human. And if it is, we should get this clade. Well, if it's not a human, but it's part of this clade, it could be a bonobo or a chimp. Bonobo or a chimp. Or a gorilla. Human seems to be the one that's kind of in the middle here. So let's search human. And that was it. Yes. Holy cow. 4 guesses. 4 guesses there. That is excellent. Yeah. Truly one of the weirdest, maybe most unpleasant of all animals. Are we human or are we answer? Today we're both confused echidna. Yeah. Excellent. Well. Let's, I gotta, post this in here before we can see what our... We're at 4 guesses. Average guess is 5.4. We're doing pretty well here. We are doing pretty well. I'm not gonna post that because I don't want to be too obnoxious about it, but... Yeah... What's our streak here? Show table. How do we see our streak? 4 guesses. Nice. There we go. Okay. Current streak is 9. Oh man, we lost our previous streak by just a couple of minutes. Because it reset. I didn't think it would reset in the middle of the game, but it did. We're going to beat this streak by this time next week. Mark my words. Let's make that happen. Yeah. 46 plays, 45 wins. I had a perfect score until that time when it reset in the middle of a game. Because we played it too late in the day. That would have been a win, too. You know? Not fair. Not fair. Denied. Yeah. Anyway. This is where Danny's inner gamer really shines. There you go. That and Boggle and Scrabble. And, yeah. I'm a man of letters, Casey Snowart. Bananagrams. Lordy knows. Lordy knows. Oh yeah, I love me some bananagrams. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, I very much have a competitive streak. Oh boy. You have no idea, Casey Snowart. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, let's take a look at this right here. This might be the sort of thing that I'm looking for when we're talking about this. You can tell I'm not very practiced with this kind of thing. This is like... I'm a paleontologist, you know? Not a computer scientist. I am not a programmer. I'm not a coder. So let's hope that this video right here... Yeah, I'm kind of unfamiliar with this whole space. But let's hope this is decent here.
Hey, have I got your attention? Can I hold it? Are you exhausted by content? The fact that there's just...
And let's change this to English, please. I definitely appreciate the ability to translate it into Spanish, but yeah, this is an English-speaking channel, so we'll keep it there.
So much of it, and you can just...
Yeah.
Hey, have I got your attention? Can I hold it? Are you exhausted by content? The fact that there's just so much of it and you can just scroll and scroll and scroll and never hit the bottom. Or the fact that if you're a creative person, there's this weird pressure, this gigantic pressure to make content. And have you noticed that every...
And I really feel this. And like, that's why I don't like to use this word. You know?
Pressure, this gigantic pressure to make content.
I really, really don't like that word. I don't like to describe what I do online as content because that makes it sound depersonalized. It makes it sound generic. It makes it sound like slop, you know? It's like going out to a restaurant and saying, "Please let me consume nutrients. I have come here to imbibe calories." You know, it feels... Content just feels incredibly generic. It feels like it could be anything, and it doesn't matter specifically what it is. And that's exactly the opposite of, like, something about my personality that just really rankles me. Like, ugh, that's gross. I think that's one of the reasons why I really don't like TikTok, is because it just, like, hits you in the face with all these things that it thinks that you want to watch. And, like, I've done this almost every month for the past, like, 6 months. Where I'll open up... Well, I'll first reinstall the TikTok app. Because usually I've gotten so frustrated before that I just uninstall it. And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sit down with a glass of wine, and I'm gonna try and get TikTok here. I'm gonna set a 15-minute timer, and I'm gonna force myself to just kind of scroll through TikTok for 15 minutes. I've not been able to do it, not even once. I can't do it. I can't do it. I just get incredibly bored and, like, angry, really. It's like, this is not interesting, this is not interesting, this is not interesting. And I try and search for things, and it just keeps showing me stuff that I don't want to see. Stuff that I find, like, intensely disinteresting. And to me, that's what content is. It feels like slop. It feels like, oh, this is things that other people like, so surely you will want to see this as well. Like, no, I don't care about that. I know what I like. I know what I'm interested in. I know what I'm passionate about and what inspires me. And this is none of that. Let me seek out the things that I want to see. Don't try and show it to me, you know? I can't be the only person that's like this, right? You know? Yeah. So yeah, content equals disposable anything. I mean, that's kind of the impression that I get. And I think maybe this is one of the points that he's going to make here. I don't know. We'll see.
And have you noticed that every single creator...
And also, I guess this is why I'm uncomfortable with pulling up a video that I haven't seen before, not knowing where it's going to go, because I don't know where it's going to go. And I don't know if this is worthy of your time, you know? This is why I don't often speak on topics that I'm not, like, well-versed in, is because, shoot, I don't know if this is good enough for you. I don't know if this is good enough for me or for you, you know? Ah!
Whether you're a filmmaker, a photographer, or an artist, everything that you make is now just called content. And whatever it is that you used to do, now you just called a content creator. When and why did this happen? Is it good? Is it bad? And what can we do about it? Those are the questions that I'm going to try and answer in this video. What the HECK is going on, baby? That's the series title.
I like this so far.
Sounds like a familiar scene. You're a musician. You got into it because you love making music. You love production, songwriting, and getting lost in your instruments. One day, you make an amazing song, you put it on Spotify, and nobody listens. Meanwhile, you see another muso blowing up because they're jumping on TikTok trends and sticking their songs underneath videos. You take note and decide to do the same thing. And it works. One of your videos pops and your music gets some listeners. Game on. You repeat the process, make a few more videos, and you start building up a following. You are now a musician/content creator. Cool. Until it isn't. One day, you wake up and you want to make music all day, but you feel like you have to make videos to keep up with the algorithm. So you decide to do both. But the music, because you're splitting your time, it's just not that great. And the content, without your heart in it, just flops. Instead of blaming the system, you blame yourself. The spiral begins. You try to resurrect your content because you feel like it's the only way that people will hear your music. And meanwhile, your music suffers because you are giving so much time to the content. When you do go to finally sit down with your instrument, you end up writing songs to go viral as opposed to songs that are good. One day, you wake up and you realize that you haven't made proper music in months. At some point, you became a full-time content creator and you didn't even mean to. So imagine that scene gets played out millions of times for millions of people. The net result is that every creative person who's posting their work online is now just called a content creator, and their work is now just called content. My thesis is...
And I guess that's also like why this is relevant to today's topic, because, you know, you can have actual illustrations of dinosaurs done by artists who are doing this very thoughtfully. They're reconstructing these animals, trying to bring them back to life through what we understand from the fossil record. Or you could just have an AI generator thing just fart out some AI generated slop and call it a dinosaur, you know, like the book that we're going to look at. It's the difference between art and content, you know? Yeah. I buy that for $1. I'm Adam 33. And Claire, yes.
A content creator.
And yet, PaleoStream does wonderful, wonderful art, and you should totally go follow him. By the way, if PaleoStream does not get some new people following him and his channel here on Twitch after this stream, I'm gonna be disappointed, because PaleoStream does some incredible work, and we're gonna be looking at some of his stuff in a little bit as kind of a contrast, a comparison with the like AI garbage. So yeah.
Work is now just called content. My thesis is that this is a bad thing. The main reason is that the label content limits creativity. By calling art content, our art is given a very specific purpose. Serve the algorithm set out by a handful of tech companies. Instead of creative exploration, these algorithms reward art that seek and hold attention. This is because this attention is the product that these media companies are selling. It's how they make money. Over time, by very much intentional design, the art becomes formulaic. And
Thank you,
it
Jaded
affects
Fairy.
the three main groups. I'm the consumer of art and content. I am desensitized and bored, but I will not stop scrolling because these platforms are designed to keep me actually addicted. Genuinely addicted on a neurological level. Why don't we check this with large tech companies? I don't know. I'm an artist. I keep posting stuff to serve the algorithm, and I'm scared to post my actual work because I don't think it will work. I don't think it will go well. And I'm the technocrats. Any and all money that is being made by this process is going straight into my pockets. Yeah. Basically, something that was designed to facilitate or push art and music out is now at its core a poison, like a virus killing its host. Oh god, that was quite dramatic, but I genuinely believe that. But this kind of thing doesn't just happen overnight. Let's look at the history.
Yeah. And Miss Yvette says, I guess that's why some people on YouTube are retreating from it. Yeah. There's another video that we could look at that I saw like a week or two ago about all of these different really well-known, video editors. I guess you would call them content creators on YouTube. People like Tom Scott with the red shirt. You know him. He's, I guess, at least temporarily leaving YouTube because he's encountering the same problem. You know, him and a bunch of other people are leaving YouTube right now, and Yeah. This is from Second Thought? Yeah, here we go.
A couple of months ago, I made the decision to quit.
Retire.
I'm taking a break.
It's not clickbait.
Things are changing.
I am bringing them to an end. If I'm honest with you guys, don't want to do this anymore.
Now it's time to take a breather.
I'll be handing off the channels.
Full-time filmmaker has been acquired.
This era of polyphonic is over.
It is the correct decision.
And it's time to move on.
Yeah. This is a thing that's going on right now. I'll give you a link to this. We don't want to go down too much of a rabbit hole at present, but this is definitely a thing, you know? Yeah. No, Second Thought's fantastic. Really like his stuff, Rhacodactylus, yeah. The cordycepsification of the internet. There you go, Finder Keeper, yeah. Yeah. So let's get back to this video here. Let's continue.
In the 16th century, there was an explosion of creativity called the Renaissance. Cue Shakespeare, Michelangelo, Da Vinci, much later Renaissance fairs. But more interestingly to this subject, cue patrons. A patron was a wealthy person who invested money into art. Typically, this would mean that they would fund an artist's life so the artist could make what they made. As an exchange, the patron would often appear in these artworks, something that was previously unseen in the Middle Ages, and they would also cultivate a large art collection. Thus, it was in their best interest to make their art collection as valuable as possible. By driving up the perceived value that art had, just in general, patrons could increase their personal wealth. Fast forward a few centuries and enter Paul Durand Rual, a name that I am most definitely butchering, a French name. Now this fella Paul, he notices that there are a lot of underground artists who are really good, but they're just not getting attention. In 19th century France, this is a bit of a problem for artists, because to be seen, you had to have an in with the French Academy. So Paul sees this and he thinks, nah. And he invents a new system. Decentralized exhibitions. Basically, instead of needing government backing for your art, you could stick your art in a gallery, and if somebody liked it because they went to that gallery, they could buy it. Part of that money would go to the artist, and part of the money would go to the person who owned the gallery. Something that seems super simple right now, but back when Paul pitched it, it was revolutionary. The key impacts of this were that promotion and private selling were now powering the art world. And from this, there was one strange side effect that we would see dominate in the 20th and 21st century. People would value an artwork by the artist who made it, as opposed to just the composition of the artwork. A lot of people could paint like Monet, but only Monet could sign the word Monet. The artist drove up the value of a piece as much as their art did, thus placing an emphasis on branding. Andy Warhol saw this a mile off and took it to its extreme. Theoretically, an artist...
Somebody brought up Andy Warhol in
by having painted it, then
in the chat earlier. And Andy Warhol, like in his work, he kind of like played with this idea, explored it, satirized it. You know, the Campbell soup can and all of that. Or Banksy, Sparky, yeah. But yeah.
Theoretically, an artist could bring more value to an artwork just by having painted it than the art on the actual canvas. Warhol's thesis was this meant that an artist no longer needed years of training. They just needed to be popular. If the artist was famous enough, then even art that was cheap and easy and fast to produce could sell for more than art that had taken years and years of dedicated practice. Hence Marilyn Monroe and Campbell's soup, a nickname that I thankfully got all throughout high school. Since Warhol, a lot of artists have invested more time into their branding and their story than their work. Also since Warhol, technology has done a bit of growing up. We've gone from broadcast media to the internet, the key difference being paid distribution. Broadcast media was owned by a company, for example, a television network, somebody that you had to pay money to in order to be distributed by. On the internet though, distribution is relatively free, and if you make something good enough, it can potentially be distributed to millions and millions of people. I'm talking about going viral. But for the early internet, this wasn't really a commonplace thing, and it didn't really happen that often for creative work. It was really more reserved for, you know, funny cats and dogs. Until this happened.
Oh yeah, what's this band called?
Lyrics. Sorry, if I put the actual music, I'll get a copyright strike, so, you know. An indie band out of nowhere hit the big time on Next to No.
Okay, go. There, thank you. Yeah.
All they needed was a decent song, an okay camera, and a brilliant idea. Something that most musicians around the world had access to. This kickstarts a wave of indie bands, filmmakers, artists, writers, all trying to go viral. Naturally, the tech companies who are hosting these artworks catch on and start adjusting their platforms and algorithms to suit the market.
Oh, Mistrictian's here. How you doing,
They're getting
Mistrictian?
views,
Welcome,
so
welcome.
why wouldn't they want to grow the indie creators? The more artists that were trying to go viral, the more users they had, the more eyeballs they had, the more engagement they had, and the longer that people...
And holy cow, Glen Coco! How are you doing? Welcome back to you. How are things, Glen Coco? It's been a while. I've moved, I think, since the last time you've been here. Welcome to the new office. It's, better than the old office. I can tell you that. It's good to have you here. Glen Coco, lots changed. Did you see any of the fieldwork videos from this summer? Broadcasting live from the field? Digging up dinosaurs live on camera? Were you here for any of that, Glen Coco? Are you aware of this? What has happened on this channel? Yeah. There.
Starlink dish right there. Biologist. This morning, or mostly finished anyway.
There we go. Yeah, and TwitchCon, yeah, all that good stuff,
Cool.
Lilith Hobo. No, you watched a few of them. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Alright. Hopefully that did it.
Really excited to do this again this summer.
Are saying.
Do even more fieldwork live streams.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody.
Bringing science to
Great
the
to have
people.
you here. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can't. Yeah, excellent. Good. Yeah. Well, hello, everybody, and greetings from wild and beautiful eastern Utah. Digging here in the Cedar Mountain Formation, the very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period. And we just got here last night. Started to set up camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly finished anyway. And we opened up the quarry today. So, welcome, everybody. You are in.
Sporky says, personally, I'd rather support an underpaid scientist than an artist if I could. Oh, wait. I was going to say you are doing that, but there's no sub badge there. Well, you could, Sporky. But just through watching right now, you are helping support my mission of science education and outreach here by being at least a viewer, if not a patron. You know, I appreciate you. Good to see you. Yeah.
And for such a treat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I stream dinosaur paleontology here on Twitch. It is my honor and privilege to be able to share fossil science with all of you, including fieldwork like this. I'm streaming right now via satellite. There's the
Really excited to do this again this summer.
And yeah, I wanted to do something unique to kind of not just tell, but show people.
So cool to see you do your
how
dream, man.
dinosaur paleontology works. How do we find dinosaurs? How do we dig them up? How do we
So Glen Coco was an early supporter of this channel, very early on, and Glen Coco, I believe, was maybe my 50th follow, or Glen Coco was here when I first got affiliate, not partner, but affiliate, within like the first couple weeks of me starting this channel. So Glen Coco here since nearly the very start. Big deal. Yeah. And you're applying to work on a dig with the Denver Museum of Nature and Science this summer. That's so cool, Casey Snowart. That's so cool. Holy moly. Hopefully, if they pick me, it won't be while you're out in the field. Well, I hope to be out in the field for like 3 or 4 months this summer. So it probably will be Casey Snowart. But you being out in the field and doing work there is much more important than you watching this channel. And it'll be a lot more fun as well. You know, as cool as some people might think this is, this pales in comparison to actually being out there yourself. So yeah, it'll be quite the application process, and I've heard they're hard to get on board with, but we'll see. I'm excited. Nice, nice. I wish you the best of luck, Casey Snower. Let me know if you need any recommendation or anything. Yeah. There's other programs you can apply to as well, if you would like to go up to Montana or Wyoming or Utah. I don't know. There's other ways to do dinosaur fieldwork, certainly. Lots of crews are in need of volunteers, and I think you'd be great. Casey's nowhere. I bet you. I think you would be. Anyway, we're talking about AI dinosaur art today, and before we get into that, we're talking about kind of like what is art on the internet, and how do these things work? How is it different from quote-unquote content? And so let's get through this video, and then maybe we'll finally crack open that book and do what we came here to do today. You know? Oh, and Claire Burr, thank you for reposting that from Glenn. Glenn says, was thinking about you the other day. Really, really? Took some friends to see Sue the T-Rex in the Field Museum and was meaning to tell you that the dinosaur love hasn't gone away. I'm always trying, at the very least, to be lurking. I appreciate that, Glenn. I really appreciate that. And it's wonderful that you've retained that love of dinosaurs. I won't claim any real credit for that. I'm sure dinosaurs are cool enough. I don't have to claim credit for your enthusiasm for dinosaurs. They don't need a hype man. Dinosaur science is cool enough on its own. But I'm flattered that you thought of me, Glenn. I'm flattered. Seriously. Yeah. You do make them even cooler, though, Dan? Oh, I don't know about that, Claire Burr. But I appreciate you saying so. Those are kind words. Yeah, you can have a link, Miss Yvette. Thank you, Roseanne, for reposting that. From Ms. Yvette. Yeah, let's continue this.
Stayed on those platforms, the more money they could get from advertisers. Everyone was winning. Well, not everyone. Record companies weren't winning. TV wasn't winning. A lot of broadcast media wasn't winning, but they could pay to get those views. While indie bands had to have a brilliant idea, a record company just needed a lot of money to get their exposure on the internet. This drove up the price of exposure, diluting feeds with sponsored content, making it even harder for independent artists to grow organically. But while all this is going on, you know what's happening in the background? The modern day influencer was born. The person who could make all of their money without a day job. They could just get all of their cash from being a person online and doing whatever it is they do. But
oh, I feel so dirty all of a sudden, you know? Oof. Oof. Ugh. Make my throat close up. Influencer. Ugh. Ugh. I hate that term. It sounds like a disease you would get. Sounds like something you should be vaccinated for. Like, here, better get your shot so you don't get the influencer. Yeah, I don't know. I like to think that what I do is I like to think that it's different in a substantive way from somebody who just gets paid to just, I don't know, do other stuff. I try and make it clear that, like, this channel is not about me. It's about fossil science. It's about natural history, discovering the way that the world works, using science to do it. You know, I'm but a messenger of that. A mere flesh vessel for the scientific method. Ew. That's also gross. Anyway, I just really don't like the word influencer, you know? Ugh.
The message was clear to a lot of us watching. Instead of having a job, you could just make content. It was a viable alternative, baby. Travel the world with a little bit
workshop.
Friggin' life's cool, right? Wrong. We'll find out later why. Being an influencer looked a lot more fun than having a desk job, and for a lot of people, it looked like it would genuinely make more money. This ignited a Cambrian explosion of people actively making content.
Whoa. Hang on. Did he say Cambrian explosion?
Genuinely make more money. This ignited a Cambrian explosion of...
He did. Well, well, well. I like this guy. I don't know if the analogy works perfect. You know, it's close enough. We'll go with it. I like that. I like that.
And for a lot of people, it looked like it would genuinely make more money. This ignited a Cambrian explosion of people actively making content. People actively
A rapid diversification, yeah.
just
Yeah.
looking and consuming. A new generation of people chasing the influencer holy grail. With so many categories growing, everybody had more competition than ever before for eyeballs. The one thing that it seemed like you could exchange for cash. Then TikTok comes along, pours a pool worth of petrol onto this forest fire. Skippable ads mean that now sponsored content is everywhere, so people will actually consume the ads. And all of these forces are working in tandem, driving up the value of having a following online. Then the pandemic hits. Now those already valuable online platforms have become even more valuable, which means more people are chasing them, which means it's even harder to get through. Everyone is suddenly indoors all the time, just staring at their phone. And now it's not just the internet, the economy starts to change as well. People with actual money, advertisers, networks, record companies, they need a safe bet. And a safe bet for them is people with a lot of social media followers who don't look like they're a flash in the pan. The result? Andy Warhol was kind of right, man. Commercially speaking, branding and audience size becomes more important than the work you actually produce. But it's not all bad. I mean, for some people, this actually pulled them out of poverty. The online follower lottery was not gatekept. The cost of entry was just having a phone and an internet connection. You could build a following from...
There's definitely some hidden gatekeeping within there. Yeah. Yeah. We're not going to get into that right now, but yeah, Claire knows. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Anywhere in the world, and if you hit it big, you can strike the big bucks. But to sum up all this history, where we are now is this. A lot of people are chasing branding and audience size. They're doing these things by making content and sticking them on social media platforms. And a lot of these people assume that when they get the audience size, that they'll be able to experiment and make the creative work that they actually wanted to make. But there are two big problems. The first is experimentation is now a risk to their core asset. And the second problem is they have now trained their creativity to suit an algorithm. The end result is that suddenly all creativity just looks like content.
Gotta conform, get pigeonholed,
Have I still got your attention? The real question is, can I hold it to the end? I mean, surely, right? I feel like I just set up a gigantic problem and I haven't even solved it. And I feel like we both know that a resolve is coming because, I mean, look at the time bar. There's still a little bit left. So with that in mind, here goes nothing. The current system places an emphasis on width. Go viral, siphon some fans from that viral hit, and then, figure out how to monetize later. That's the platform, right? And for what it's worth, this totally works, but there are two problems. The first is that width often leads to 15 minutes of fame. The other thing that Andy Warhol was talking about. Viral attention is pretty unsustainable, and mass attention is really hard to keep. It's just the fact. We've seen this time and time again. And the second problem is that width is often seen like it's the only method that will work in the internet age. It might seem like a viral breakout hit is necessary for a creative online career, but I just don't think this is true. So, the big question, what else works? You guessed it, depth. Depth is the idea that you nurture a smaller group of people for a longer period of time. Instead of focusing on going viral or serving an algorithm, you focus on creating brilliant work, regardless of what the algorithm is serving. It might...
That actually sounds pretty good to me, Quality over quantity. Depth over breadth. Kleber says that sounds like paleontologizing. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Casey Snort says, I feel like educational content circumvents this a bit. It's that slow growth community building versus sudden viral popularity.
It might hit less people, but for the people it does hit, it'll be far more memorable. I mean, think about the last time you got lost in a scroll. How many of those videos do you actually remember? Instead of jumping on trends, it's focusing on creating an actual community. But why does this work? What is the actual reason behind it? The idea here is that going for depth is catering to a need that I believe has been forgotten. The market is made of humans, and as humans, we still want to connect to deep, resonant art. But with 99% of people just trying to go viral, a gigantic chunk of that market is now left starving for something good. Now, that's a nice thing to say, yeah, depth is better than width, make good art, blah, blah, blah. But firstly, does it actually work? And secondly, is there a practical strategy that can help you with this? Yes, and yes. Here it is.
Hmm.
Kevin Kelly was the editor of Wired magazine and a whole lot of other things. I do recommend checking him out. And in 2007, he made this call, right? He said that with so much scattered attention on the internet, your best bet is not to try chase all that scattered attention, but to just build 1,000 true fans. So what is a true fan? A true fan is somebody who will follow you from piece to piece, regardless of whether it's your best or your most average. They'll buy the products that you launch. They'll migrate with you from one platform to another. They're
Even
just
this
there to
sounds a little
support as a true
mercenary.
fan.
I don't know.
Kevin Kelly's thesis is that with 1,000 of these people, minimum, you can have a sustainable career. Here's why. If 1,000 people are buying the things that you make, for example, then you are financially self-sufficient. These 1,000 true fans also work as your marketing. They evangelize your message to other people, thus growing your platform. So now the question becomes, how do you get these 1,000 true fans? Before I answer this, we just got to take a quick dose of reality. I wish I could just say, hey, ring true to yourself and you'll ring true to the world, kid. But the market and making stuff, it's all just way more complex than that. So here are some practical strategies that I've seen work. Make one for me, one for them. A journalist once asked John Mayer about how he crafts an album. The journalist asked, how many of the songs are for you and how many of the songs are for your audience? Assuming that the ones for him might be slightly more indulgent or a bit weirder and the ones for the audience might have a bit more of a crowd-pleasing aesthetic to them. And John replies, I make one for me, one for them. 50-50. And that seems like a pretty good idea. So if you think 50 to get new people and then 50 for, I don't know, creative expression and also for the true fans who actually want to see what resonates with you, that seems to
An
be
interesting compromise there.
The second strategy is serve the people who serve you. Instead of trying to chase new people, it's cultivating a community around the people who've already said yes to you. It's writing back to DMs or making memorable one-on-one interactions with people. The third strategy is make something big. It's pretty tempting to get the short-term rewards of, say, TikTok virality. Making an album or a comic book or a full stand-up special has a far higher chance of converting somebody for life as opposed to just converting somebody for the day. So how do you conclude a video like this? Well, I think for me, the best way is probably just to make a couple of predictions, what I think we might see in the future. The first prediction is that I believe that exhausting content schedules will decline in relevance. And I think that reasonable content schedules will take their place. For example,
And that, I mean, we kind of saw that, I think, with this right here. All these people, like, quitting
Months
YouTube.
ago, I made the decision to quit.
Retire.
I'm taking a break. It's not clickbait. Things are...
Yeah, you know, I think we're already starting to see that right here. I think, when did he make this prediction? He made this video a year ago.
Well, I think for me, the best way is probably just to make a couple of predictions, what I think we might see in the future. The first prediction is that I believe that exhausting content schedules will decline in relevance. And I think that reasonable content schedules will take their place. For example, I think we'll see a decline in daily video creation and a rise in people who make a few quality videos every month. Secondly, I think that community-based platforms like Discord and Twitch will continue to rise. Thirdly, I don't think going viral as a strategy for internet fame is going anywhere anytime soon. I think that will still be a method that people use and still be profitable for a lot of people. That said, I also predict that a lot of social apps will start promoting content that doesn't look typically viral in order to stay fresh. The best example I've seen on this is probably in YouTube. The dude who blew up like in the past year or so called Nate the Hoof Guy. He just cleans cow hoofs and it's pretty great. I predict that this will start a wave of creators making non-viral content or content that just doesn't look
A
like
wave of hoof content.
Another example would be
that's not what he
Francis
means.
Bourgeois on TikTok. He's found his place on the internet not because he's trying to go viral, but because he genuinely just loves trains. What I think this is the start of the wave of content that just doesn't
Train
seem
guys.
viral on the surface. My next
Kudos.
prediction is that taking breaks will be normalized. In a similar way to how sport is played in seasons, I imagine that creative people who are posting things on the internet for a living will start making things in seasons and they'll start pulsing their work as opposed to feeling like they have to be on all the time. And then my last prediction is that the ability to create in-depth work that takes time and effort and research will become the ultimate indicator of commercial success. If you can make something deep, powerful, and well thought out, it'll mean so much more to so many more people than a few viral hits. I mean, those are just my predictions, but hey.
I hope he's right about
your
that.
attention, right?
Yeah, again, here's a
Thanks
link.
for watching. I really hope that you enjoyed that. If you didn't, that's cool, man. We're different people. Subscribe if you're new, and also let me know what you think your predictions are for the future. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think things will continue to stay as they are, or do you think we'll see a mass migration towards deep work? Who knows?
I'd love to
Not
see
me.
that.
Nobody. That's the nature of predictions, baby. Anyway, that's it from me.
I mean, and it is really, really nice. There are heartening trends in this direction. Like, Oh, what's his name? The guy who breaks through the wall and says Aquaman? With his plagiarism video. H-Bomber guy. Yeah. This has got 16 million views now, and I watched it not too long after it came out. But this was a pretty incredible video. I'll just give you a link to that if you haven't seen it yet. But the whole point of this video is that he's like... Well, he was... In a very, very in-depth way, he really got into the weeds there. He was calling out other YouTube video editors, other content creators, I guess, and pointing out people who did quick, slapdash, just kind of like garbage content by plagiarizing? By stealing other people's work? And it's an incredibly entertaining video, really well researched, just candid and honest and human, and it's wonderful stuff. And we're not going to watch it here, but I gave you a link right there. It's good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It seems like nobody in chat knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. So that's encouraging. That... I can't... It's not like I can show you the beginning of that video because the intro doesn't really have... It only connects in a cool but tenuous way to the rest of the video, and so... Anyway. Yeah, we're not gonna look at that. The H-Bomber guy video is solid. See, Emily knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Any. I think... Let's try and bring things back to the topic at hand here. We've kind of looked at things on a broader scale. We've looked at, like, trends on the internet. We've looked at why. We've looked at the rise of, like, procedurally generated, just, like, garbage content, and also people copying things for the sake of, like, trying to go viral. All of these, like, perverse incentives that exist to just create bad stuff because it makes you more money and it's easier and cheaper than producing actual good content that's, like, good for the soul. Let's do a quick little experiment now, before we get to that book. Give me the name of a Mesozoic non-avian dinosaur, chat. Give me the name of a non-avian Mesozoic dinosaur. Maiasaura. Thank you, Claire Byrne. Maiasaura illustration. And let's shake this up a little bit. Let's do color black and white, maybe. So some of these are pretty decent. Well, that's actually just like traced from the old Safari Limited toy. Shutterstock. But there's a decent Maiasaur sketch from somebody on DeviantArt. But then we scroll down a little bit. And then... we're gonna start getting AI-generated slop here. Notice that there's 3 legs on this animal. This is also, I think, AI-generated right here. Doesn't have anything to do with Maiasaura. Another AI-generated one right here. They sure know how to give them cute eyes, but it's also got horns. It's just, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. It doesn't even look anything like Maiasaura. And I've noticed these popping up again and again and again. The other day I was looking for an illustration, a black and white illustration of Pachycephalosaurus, and this stuff was everywhere here. Let's do black and white here. So some of these are clearly created by a person. Cool, whatever. But then you scroll down, and you start just to get AI-generated nonsense. I reported every one of these images I could find, but there's new ones that are always popping up. Pachycephalosaurus. Pachycephalosaurus. Just... What's frustrating about this kind of thing, to me, is that it kind of cheapens the idea of dinosaurs. Where it's like, you know, dinosaurs aren't really like a thing. It's just like kind of, I guess, an idea, and we could just kind of have a computer fart out something like this and post it online, and you know, it's all good because nobody actually cares. That's kind of the underlying assumption here, is that nobody cares. The reason I'm doing this stream is I want to demonstrate that people do care, and you should care. You know? What animal is that meant to be? I guess Pachycephalosaurus? I don't know. You know? Yeah. What? That was odd. But, yeah. And, I don't know, this stuff really, it seems like it started popping up about a month ago. And the way that SEO works, search engine optimization, you can hide keywords for things and the metadata for these files. You can get Google to pick up on it more readily. It seems like this stuff is becoming more and more common on Google, and I'm kind of afraid that it's going to be the majority of search images very soon. It's just going to be AI-generated nonsense like this. Just slop. I mean, there you go. This is exactly what I'm talking about here. You know? It's crummy. It's crummy. But yeah... 25 Aces, someday if we let AI take over, our president and cabinet will be like world WWE wrestlers. 25A, I've got bad news for you. That already happened. We already had a WWE wrestler as president. That literally already happened. That exact scenario. Somebody who appeared in WWE broadcasts and wrestled with other people. Just, that already happened. What's this arm situation? This is what I'm talking about, Nightly Thievery. Yeah. Yeah. So here, let's take a look at this from BBC News. A lot of, well, again, I've had a very busy day today, and I just got back from the museum right before I started today's stream. I didn't have time to really, like, put together a suite of videos, but let's take a look at this.
All right,
Cross
guys.
your fingers that this is good.
We talked about this.
context. So if you've been on social media recently, you've probably seen a lot of talk about AI-generated art. In order to understand the severity
This
of
is
the
what we're
issues
looking for.
surrounding
Good.
AI art, we have to understand how AI works. When an AI creates a piece of art, it doesn't generate that content out of thin air. Instead, there needs to be an input in order for there to be an output. In the big picture, machine learning companies such as Stability AI generate profits from high-quality media. And the creation of this media depends entirely on training their AI on a specific data set.
Murph says
These
it steals
images
it.
are made
Exactly,
by
Murph, yeah.
taking visual data that have statistical correlations to each other to produce a final result that looks acceptable. That's a very simplified explanation, but that's the gist of how AI systems work. All you gotta know is
So it's
for
essentially
that
a
image
magic
to be
trick.
generated, there.
Or it's
That's the gist of how AI systems work. All you gotta know is in order for that image to.
And it's basically, it's like a magic trick where it's taking a bunch of different bits of data and then just slapping them together in a way where it's trying to predict what a thing should look like. And it generally does a very, very bad job of it. And I'm getting a spam call right now. Again, probably like some sort of a bot or something like that. But, yeah. So it's like, it's meant to trick you into going like, hey, well, that looks right. Wait, what? Huh? The details aren't going to be correct because it's not an intelligent entity that's actually creating these. It's not a human being sitting there generating this. It's a computer just kind of like slapping together little bits of stuff in order to try and trick you into thinking that it's something that, you know, it's trying to create a semblance of intentionality there. Does that make sense?
To be generated, there has to be a data set, and that is where the problem comes in. In these data sets, there exists billions of copyrighted images, of artworks, of photographs, of people, all of which was collected from the internet without the consent of the intellectual property owner. My personal artwork that I share on my Instagram page has been used to train AI models, and chances are, if you've shared your work online, or even images of yourself, your house, your environment, you might have been included in these datasets. And if you guys want a really great in-depth look on this topic, I recommend Steven Zapata's video, which I'm gonna link in the description below. The problem here is your artwork and my artwork, the moment we share them online, they are opted in to the system. If your work so much as exists online, it will be found and it will be used in a piece of AI art.
And this is deeply troubling because when you post your work online, like you, Casey Snowart, you're not saying, oh yes, please use my art in this data set so that, you know, so that AI models can crib from it and then generate my art for free without my knowledge. Like, it's a way to like automate artists out of existence, basically. And it doesn't do a good job of it, really. But that's kind of beside the point. Even if it did a wonderful job, it's still theft. You know? So yeah. Casey Snort says, it's advanced photo bashing or collage using the most common denominator to solve a problem. So it can never truly innovate because by nature it's using common answers to solve creative problems. Literally, the most generic art ever is what will come out. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And there you go, Ricodactylus. Yeah, that's a good point. The reality is that it's an overwhelming amount of stimuli to process, and overwhelming the brain with information can short-circuit your ability to process it. It's effectively a gish gallop. Oof. Yeah. Ugh. I kind of wonder how many people are like familiar with the origin of the phrase gish gallop. They know it's from Dwayne T. Gish. Do people know this? Anyway, it's interesting that like the name of a, you know, strident creationist became the. Anyway. But yeah. And Triceratops says AI laws to protect artists would come from lawsuits, maybe, the legal system. That's being tried right now. And actually, it looks as though Taylor Swift might be leading some sort of a charge against generative AI like this. And if so, good on her. Salute to her. You know, if she could make a real difference here, massive respect. Holy cow. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue here.
Artists are not being protected. This is
Yeah.
genuinely an industrial scale violation of each and every one of our rights. Stability AI has claimed, quote, because diffusion models are prone to memorization and overfitting, releasing a model trained on copyrighted data could potentially result in legal issues. Basically admitting to the fact that their models directly use copyrighted content. And many of these generated images tend to look identical to their original copyrighted counterparts. Images and text descriptions are taken from the internet through a practice called data mining, which allows these companies to accumulate an incomprehensible amount of data. And these corporations have intentionally targeted legal loopholes to allow them to do this. Stability AI itself funded the creation of the largest dataset being used, which is called Lion 5B. This dataset contains 5.8 billion points of image and text data, including copyrighted data and private data. This non-consensual practice of using copyrighted data in commercial products is illegal. But here is where it gets really, really messy. Now, this database Lion 5B, which is most widely used for AI generation, was created with the pretext of research. But the corporations behind the funding of this research quickly turned it into a commercialized product, which now include Dream Studio and Stable Diffusion, both owned by Stability AI. And now the app Lensa AI has been charging money for specific avatar packs. And as a result of which, these companies are now making massive amounts of profit. This loophole allows these companies to weave their way through legal regulations which are put in place to protect the copyrighted work of artists and creatives. And this process has been fittingly described as data laundering. And a lot of users even go as far as to use directly the names of certain artists to create their generated content. For example, concept artist Greg Rutkowski.
I mean, it shows that people know that it's stealing. You know? Like, it's... and some of the CEOs and like, the PR people from some of these AI companies have, like, directly stated, like, yeah, our business model doesn't work without direct, outright theft. Like, they said it, you know? It's like the, you know, like the meme clip. Like, oh my God, he admitted it. They've actually publicly admitted this, you know?
You've probably heard of him. He has had his name used 250,000 times between Stability AI and Midjourney's AI platforms. Not only is the collection of copyrighted content of legal concern, but so is this. When AI generations are made to look like an artist's work, this has the potential for reputation damage, for forgery, for fraud, for identity theft. And what's most concerning is that when these models are trained on images of your artwork, they are unable to forget. So almost all of these models are now working with tainted data. Their generations now all involve copyrighted content which has been gathered without the knowledge or permission of the copyright owner. It is directly hurting artists who have put their passion and their soul into everything that they create, only for their work to be scraped from the internet without their permission and used in training AI models.
Yep. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Hello, hello. Well, how are you doing? Hi. You like my cycad here? How are you, Sweetie Pie? Good to see you. Yeah. What do you think? Is that some good stuff? What do you think? I'm always asking you what you think. You're gonna chew on that? I mean, I'm lucky this is not a real cycad. You're lucky too. Cycads are poisonous. You don't want to get Zamia poisoning, as Australian farmers call it. Zamia staggers. Yeah. Luckily, this is just good old polyurethane, isn't it? That's why I can't have a real cycad here in my office. Because you little toothy mammals would just... You'd eat it, then you get sick. Yeah. Goodness. Yeah. 25 Aces, how do we know this is a real cat? You're just gonna have to trust me on that, I'm afraid. Yeah, are you a real cat? Can I get you to eat a treat on camera? Would that help? Hey, stop eating that. Come eat this. I'll give you one treat. Lordy said she's concerned about your weight. Since you've been eating so many treats. I don't think it's been that many treats, but that's what Lordy says. So let's get you a treat here. Here you go. How's that, sweetie pie? Good stuff. It's making content. There you go, mommy does, yes. she is getting chunky, says Lordy. I don't think it's the treats that are doing that. I think she's just growing more assertive around the other cats and will not necessarily wait for them to eat their fill of the food first. She'll just get in there nowadays. I think that might be a bigger part. But I don't know. I've not run any experiments on this. It's just a hunch. Yeah. There's only 4 legs. Definitely not AI generated. There you go. Nightly Thievery, yeah. Let's continue here. Thank you, sweetie pie, for your visit. I hope we have passed muster here. I hope your inspection. I hope we passed. Anyway, let's continue.
To the large corporations and businesses behind AI, the perfect world would mean one where there doesn't need to be a middleman. There doesn't need to be an artist. It'll be a world where these large businesses can capitalize and monopolize an entire industry. The worst part of it all is you and we don't have the option to opt out, and the AI does not have the option to forget. Now, even with all this being said, a lot of people who are in support of AI will still try to dismiss this point. But if you're on the fence about this, all I ask is that you take a look at the music industry. There have been AI models made to create audio content. But when it comes to audio content and the data that's being used for that, these companies go out of their way to mention that everything being used is copyright free and that every aspect of that creation process is based on a fair and ethical system that doesn't infringe on the rights of music artists. So please tell me now, why is there such a double standard when it comes to visual artists? Visual art, just like music, has been around since the beginning of humanity. It's been such an integral part of our culture, from being found on ancient artifacts, on carvings, on stone. Art is one of the backbones of our humanity. And I absolutely love that music artists have their rights protected. But if that's the case, why should visual artists be literally trampled on an industry-wide basis? This is simply not
figuratively
artists
trampled
crying
on,
and whining over something that's unreasonable. This is our creation that we hold.
Basura. Garbage. Ugh.
Hold so near and dear to our hearts. In some cases, it might be our livelihoods. It might be the way we put food on the table for our families. But in every single case, this is our passion. This is what makes us who we are. And all of us, me and you, and even if you're not an artist and you're watching this video, we have a right to feel angry, to feel the way that we do right now about this unethical system. Every single time an artist speaks out about this issue, I see the same tired, overused counterpoints to try to quiet that artist down. And I am just so tired of it. People saying things such as, you put your work online, it's on the internet, it's free for us to use. That's simply a misunderstanding of the law. Just because something is online doesn't mean you can use it for whatever you want, especially not for commercial purposes. I've also heard people say that AI takes inspiration from references just like artists do. When someone says this, chances are, number one, they don't understand the artistic creative process, or number two, they don't understand how AI works. AI takes data directly from that data set, and it's able to create a perfect replica. Humans simply cannot. And if you point to the examples of forgery in the art world, that practice is not something that we condone. That practice is highly frowned upon.
Artists are generally not too happy about forgery, you know? So to say, oh, well, you know, art forgeries exist, and so that's a perfect justification for, you know, we might as well just do AI art, too. Like, we could steal artists' work through, you know, a generative model like this, through a large data set. You know, it's the same thing. Because, you know, artists, they love forgery.
A human has to literally look at the inspiration, process it in their minds, combine it.
And Camellia Hyacinth says, this is a conversation I'm all too familiar with as an artist who sells art. I was actually talking to an industry professional in art last week about AI. We talked about how AI should be a tool like other tools and concluded that human emotion and input, regardless of the medium, is and always will be more valuable than that of art made by AI. I agree with you there, Camellia, but you and I create art. We are not the sorts of people who are tenting our fingers in a boardroom somewhere and thinking about, how can we maximize profits and decrease wages as much as possible? How can we funnel profits to the top? The thing is, like, this is, I think, true of scientists, and it's true of artists and other people in the humanities. It's true of, like, well-meaning, earnest people, is that we often kind of assume that everybody operates this way. And like, oh, of course, other people, I'm sure they've got everyone's best interest in mind, and they have good hearts and they have morals. They have a good conscience in there, and that's just not true. Because in the business world, you get to the top by being as ruthless as possible. And that's exactly what this is about. AI art is about, like, let's cut out all of the human elements and just create this automated mill to just churn out profits by stealing artists' work. So it's, I don't know. I don't like to always think super cynically about things because it hurts me. But that's the world that we live in, Yeah. But yeah. The last artist for forgery rally was poorly attended, says HD. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, let's continue.
With their life experience,
let's go back just a touch.
Humans simply cannot. And if you point to the examples of forgery in the art world, that practice is not something that we condone. That practice is highly frowned upon. A human has to literally look at the inspiration, process it in their minds, combine it with their life experiences, with the way they feel, with how they approach every single brushstroke. I've seen thousands of studies of my work that people post online and tag me in, and in every single one of those pieces, even if it's a complete one-to-one study, I can see the unique human touch that made that piece their own. So no, an artist taking inspiration from someone else's work and studying a reference is not the same as AI image generation.
Yep, that's a really, really good point. Like, if someone else, a student or another artist copies your work and they tag you in it and they said, hey, your piece really inspired me. I tried to recreate it here. This is my take on it. That's really cool. Like you were able to like in a real way touch another person like that. You're able to inspire them. And there's something really special about that. You don't have that when it's, a computer algorithm that's just spitting out a copy. So there's a distinction there as well. Like, and it's crazy that I even have to talk about this, but there's a lot of people who are all raw AI that don't understand this. They just don't get it. They're like, the very idea of a real creative impulse like that is completely foreign to them. And it speaks to a certain kind of a kind of like learned soullessness, I guess. Where it's just about instant gratification, just let me just have this thing, but everything behind it, the process that you needed to go through in order to be able to attain those skills, to be able to create a piece of work, to express yourself. It's like none of that matters to some people. They just want the end result. It's like seeing a beautiful bird flying through the air, and then just whipping out a rifle and trying to kill it so that you can take its feathers and put them in your hat. No appreciation for the actual creature itself, for what it is, for what it stands for. Like, no, give me that. Let me kill it, and let me take the thing that I think is pretty. It's an impulse that I do not understand fundamentally, but so many people in our world seem to have been trained to think this way. Because that's kind of what our economic system is built on, you know? It's pillage and exploit and harvest and till everything's gone, you know? Till the passenger pigeons are extinct. Or the Carolina parakeets are no more. You know? Yeah. Anyway, let's finish this video.
And studying a reference is not the same as AI image generation. There is also that really weak argument that this technology is here to stay. It's inevitable. So why don't you just accept it and stop fighting? And that
we don't have to. You know, it's like the rallying cry of the centrist. Better things aren't possible, and we're happy about that. Like, oh, where did your humanity go? Where's your fighting spirit? You know?
That just seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding of why artists are upset and what we're
not going to take it. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah.
I know a lot of artists are not here to erase AI technology completely. We don't want to do that, and we know we can't do that. The thing is, AI is here to stay. I accept that, and I welcome that. But the way these systems are organized and structured to take advantage of millions of artists is something that we are not okay with.
So that's the thing, and we're going to talk about this in a minute too with like the Luddites. A lot of people use that word Luddite, and I think they completely misunderstand what that means. Talk about that in a minute. But people like me are not against technology. Something like, you know, generative AI can be really helpful and really interesting and can be used for good ends. It could be used for, you know, to do all kinds of cool things in science. But trying to use it to exploit other people is not okay. I think that's really what it comes down to, is trying to use it for exploitation like that. We should not be for that, you know?
It's not about pushing back against AI technology.
There you go, Hennies.
It's about pushing back against these unethical practices of using our work, commercializing it, all of which without our consent.
Yep. AI is the tool, and now we get to decide how it is used. I agree, Hennies, yeah.
Artists such as myself are not given the option to opt out, not given any compensation, and not asked for consent or permission before our images are used. I don't even want an opt-out system. This system should be opt-in the first place. Why should my work that I've put thousands of hours into be scraped and taken without my permission and opted into the system automatically? This system exploits artists, it's unethical, and I don't want to be a part of it. And just to summarize how bad it's all gotten, I'm going to give you guys some personal anecdotes and some experiences that I've had with the AI community. A few weeks back, it was brought to my attention that somebody on Reddit had created a model based on 300 images of my work, all of which taken without my knowledge, without my consent, and it was shared on a Reddit post in the community of Stable Diffusion. Not only were these generations watermarked, but the poster also said that there was no need to ask for permission from the artist in order to make these models public, which, as I've mentioned before, in the words of Stability AI, could get you into legal issues. So naturally, I called it out. I put it on my story, I showed people what's going on, I voiced my discontent with the situation. But the fact that I called this out caused a lot of anger on both sides. Some people on Reddit decided that it's a good idea to take more of my work, more of the pieces that I put tens of thousands of hours into and just poured my heart and soul into, and generate even more AI models based on that. And a lot of people have been releasing it to the public in that subreddit. I've gotten a lot of comments from people saying, how dare you react the way you did? How dare you call this out in your story? You caused all of this drama, so now this is all going to come back to you. And part of me is angry about the situation, but I think I'm more sad about it than anything else. It just seems there's no empathy, there's no understanding, there's not even an attempt to try to understand why an artist could be so upset about something like this happening to them. And some people have gone as far as to directly email my business email about their competition that they ran to try to make a model that looks most like my work, in a way that's very passive aggressive, very backhanded, and borderline harassment. And I can tell you right now, I'm not the only one who has experienced toxicity like this. Greg Rutkowski, who I've mentioned before, have received comments and messages about how he shouldn't feel the way he does, how he's overreacting. You know, just attempts to invalidate artists, calling us whiny, calling us complainers. But with this video, I'm hoping to reach people, to educate people, to let people know about how big of an issue this really is. And honestly, if you're an artist, or even if you're not an artist and you just care about the rights of artists, I wholeheartedly stand with you. I stand beside you. Educate people on this. Post it on your story. Let your voice be heard. Even if people in the AI industry do try to silence you, just know that there are millions of artists who stand with me and with you, who stand behind you. To make the changes that we need, it's going to take all of us knowing about this issue, talking about this issue, and educating people who don't know just how messy the situation is. And I don't want this video to make you feel like there's just no hope in the future, because there absolutely is. If you don't know, DeviantArt recently tried to opt every single art piece ever posted onto their website into their AI system. But guess what? Artists on that platform pushed back against that. They made their voices heard, and that decision was reversed by DeviantArt. So there is a way to
hopefully
make a difference.
permanently.
Even if AI is here to stay, your voice and my voice will make sure that the future that we live in is an ethical and fair one to artists. And to all the artists out there who have a following, who have not spoken up on this topic yet, I understand it's hard. You want to avoid drama. You don't want to be pulled into something that you're not ready for. But this affects all of us. Doesn't matter how safe you feel, how much you feel like your work is not going to be affected. Oh, AI is here, but I'm still going to be drawing in 10 years, so I'll be fine. Your job is secure, and that's great. I'm happy for you, but think about the young people right now. I get so many comments and messages from people telling me how they feel hopeless. There are literally kids out there, art babies, who are in art schools going through a 4-year program to hopefully work in the industry, and they feel like there's no hope for them. If you're an artist with a voice, with a platform, you don't have to do it for yourself. Do it for the younger generation. There are so many people, young people, who are counting on you. I don't know about you guys, but I want a future where there's an option to pursue the passion of art as a career. I want a future where the kids want to draw, want to create, want to make things that mean something to them. And whether we like it or not, we're at a very pivotal time in history right now, and there are big changes coming. And it starts right now with me and you. So if you've made it to the end of this video, I want to thank you for being here, for listening, and for trying to understand the situation. I do want AI to be part of our future, but just not this current version of it. Feel free to share this video with people who might not know as much as you do about this current situation. And please look up some information on this topic, talk to people about it, educate yourself, and educate other people as well. And with that being said, I'll see you guys on the next video.
Good stuff. Good stuff. That's from Sam Does Arts. I just gave you the link there in the chat. I'll give him a follow or like the video or give him some credit there. You know? I used the term Luddite earlier. And I feel like this is pertinent to our discussion right now. Many of you, I don't know, given that Twitch is a very technology heavy kind of a platform, like a lot of folks who are on here maybe you work in IT, or you work in the video game industry, or you're interested in video games or computers or programming or code or whatever. I feel like people who are very tech savvy are overrepresented in this community, and you've probably heard this term Luddite before, used as an insult. You probably think that Luddites were people who were just against technology and, you know, almost like, I don't know, like some take on the Amish or something like that. That's not correct. Here's a cool video from Scientific American that I saw earlier today as I was hunting around a little bit, and I think you'll appreciate it. Take a look. And gotta turn the sound on. Why does it keep doing that?
Ugh, you're such a Luddite. Did I just hear Luddite slander?
These are probably the Scientific American offices here.
Actually, you've been fed anti-Luddite propaganda. The real Luddites didn't just hate technology for no reason. They were textile workers in 19th century England who fought for labor rights at a time when unions were severely repressed. The Luddites used what was later called collective bargaining by riot. If there was a factory where the owner was using the threat of automated machines,
like, for instance, generative AI art and stuff. Do you see the parallels here?
to lower wages and repress workers' rights, the Luddites would show up with sledgehammers and smash those machines to pieces. In the short term, the Luddites succeeded in improving working
Allegedly
conditions and
innovating
wages. They were seen as
in
heroes.
Minecraft, allegedly,
But
Murph,
then
yes.
the government
Allegedly,
and
yes.
industrial leaders crushed this rebellion violently. And after all of that, the Luddites were the victims of a smear campaign that claimed they just hated progress. Actually, what the Luddites said about their movement was that they opposed the machinery that is hurtful to commonality, not all technology. What the Luddites rebelled against was the way that the big tech of the era would claim that machines could replace humans and then use that claim as a cudgel to keep workers in line.
So basically, they realized that these machines were being used by the managers to exploit them. To say, hey, we're going to fire a bunch of you and put these machines in, and that also justifies us paying you a lot less for the work that you do. For those of you who are staying on, the ones who are lucky enough to stay on, who aren't getting fired, we're going to pay you a lot less, and you should thank us for it, Deeply unjust. You can see why they rebelled.
You see, oppose the machinery that is hurtful to commonality, not all technology. What the Luddites rebelled against was the way that the big tech of the era would claim that machines could replace humans and then use that claim as a cudgel to keep workers in line. You see the same thing happening today, which just might be why modern Luddism is all over the place. In Hollywood, writers and actors went on strike in part to prevent studios from using AI to pay them less. In San Francisco, activists have been putting cones on top of self-driving robo-taxis to stop those cars in their tracks.
Okay, Luddites are cool. Can I have my phone back now?
Yeah, here's a link to this from Scientific American. That's why unions are... Exactly, Tea Time Cat. I mean, shoot. We should organize. Yeah. Anyway, with all that stuff having been said, why don't we get into the purpose of today's stream? Why don't we actually get into this stupid book here? Under normal circumstances, I would never pay money for something like this. We're going to look at it today. I feel like this is going to be instructive. And I'm going to write a review, and then I'm going to return it. But, this popped up on Twitter a while ago, and lots and lots of paleo artists saw this. Casey Snowart, you probably saw this too. Various corners of the internet, but this was available on Amazon, being put up for sale. How to draw realistic dinosaurs. Sounds good, right? It's not good. This is AI-generated slop. It's a scam. This is not a real dinosaur here. And... to sketch fantastic dinosaurs. Maybe fantastic in the sense that, like, if you're suffering from hypoxia and start seeing things that aren't there, maybe that's the kind of fantastic that this is. Fantastical nonsense. Anyway, this kind of nonsense. Look at that. This is the best. They put this on the cover. They put this on the cover right here. It didn't even get the colored pencils right, So, as somebody who is really, really passionate about good depictions of dinosaurs, and who wants to see the artists who actually make good dinosaur restorations, I want to see them make a living doing this kind of thing. This is a shot across the bow. This is a symbol of, like, everything that's wrong with AI art. I find this deeply, personally upsetting. And so let's talk about it. Jody Fish says Digit 2 Dewclaw is a problem. I mean, everything on here is a problem. Like, the shape of the snake. This is not any kind of known dinosaur. They just... The computer hallucinated this. You know, the generative model just farted this out. And that's the point, is that people are expected to buy this and think, oh yeah, well, this is fine. You've heard me complain about Jurassic World, and it's just dog water depictions of dinosaurs. This is 1,000 times worse. It's on the same spectrum, but it's 1,000 times worse. You know? Anyway. Eyes with no pupils. There's no nostril here. Or is that supposed to be the nostril there? Up on the... Anyway. Let's actually open this thing up. I keep showing you the cover. There's no back cover, by the way. But, and Ragnarocker... It's worse inside. Let me show you. Oh. How to draw realistic dinosaurs. Learn how to sketch fantasy dinosaurs with these easiest and simplest step-by-step techniques. Many of you have probably... I don't know, when I was a kid...
He'll tell you that
God is Pink, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Maybe you, God is Pink, or other people in chat are familiar with, like, drawing books? Where they kind of, like, walk you step-by-step how to draw dinosaurs? I had a lot of those. I checked out a lot of those books from the library when I was a kid, and they were not always the most helpful, but more helpful than this. Copyright 2023 by Vania Farmer. All rights reserved. Although the author and publisher have made every effort to ensure that the information in this book was correct at press time, the author and publisher do not assume and hereby disclaim any liability to any party for loss, damage, or disruption. Blah blah blah. I'm sure they made close to absolutely zero effort to ensure that the information in this book is correct. Here we go. This is to draw a... That's the final product right there. What in the world is that even supposed to be? What is this even supposed to be? Draw the rest of the owl. I mean, it's just the lowest effort scam garbage. Just... what does that draw the rest of the owl? I need to look this up, because I feel like I've seen that before, and I feel like it's pertinent. Yeah... How to draw an owl. A fun and creative guide for beginners. Figure 1. Draw 2 circles. Figure 2. Draw the rest of the owl. Yeah. Do I have a book recommendation for accurate dinosaurs? Amy with a side of art? Absolutely. I've got a few. Yeah. Yeah, here. A few of these are going to be on the pricier side because they're actual, like, books that you would want to have and keep for the rest of your days. But I'll show you just a handful of really, really good books on this topic. There. Right here, the Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs by Greg Paul. It's got some really, really nice stuff. If you want, like, a more or less comprehensive look at, the world of dinosaurs and their taxonomy and really, really good stuff. actually based on real fossil evidence. There's Styracosaurus right there. For a lot of these, he'll actually give you a skeletal drawing that will show what we actually have of that animal, and so you recognize it like, oh shoot, the hands. We don't have the hands from this critter, so Styracosaurus could turn out to have different shaped hands. Or a different shaped skull. You know, stuff like that. This is a wonderful, wonderful resource for artists. That's one of the reasons why I have it. Really excellent. Teratophonius is a dinosaur we were talking about earlier with James Gurney. And do we have Teratophonius in here? We might not, actually. There's some other Tyrannosaurs, Appalachiosaurus, Aliramus, Daspletosaurus. Good stuff. So, the Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs. Excellent stuff. Some of Greg Paul's taxonomy is a little creative. It's internally consistent. It makes sense, but a lot of other dinosaur workers are not fond of his opinions about dinosaur taxonomy, particularly like lumping different genera together. I think a lot of his stuff makes a lot of sense, but some people are upset by that. I'll show you another wonderful book here. By the way, there's a new edition of Greg Paul's Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs that's coming out very soon, if it hasn't come out yet. But also, right here, if you're interested in dinosaurs and you might have kids in your life who are also interested in dinosaurs, this is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful book right here. This is by Tom Holtz, Dinosaurs, the most complete, up-to-date encyclopedia for dinosaur lovers of all ages. It's no longer super up-to-date. I think this came out in 2006. But it holds up surprisingly well. 2007, sorry. And it's got wonderful illustrations by Louis V. Ray. What I like about his illustrations is that they've got the proper touch of whimsy to them. You should have fun illustrating dinosaurs, I think. And those are Silosaurs. So let's get to some dinosaurs. This right here. This Allosaurus. Right there, Allosaurus. Right here. His dinosaurs are very dynamic, very brightly colored. He often does like a fisheye lens view of these animals where they're like running toward the camera. Like that. This is really cool. It's really, really cool stuff. He's got a very distinctive style. And, really appreciate that. Ooh, there's an Alvarezsaur digging into a termite mound there. Some of my favorite dinosaurs. But yeah. Mommy Does says shrink-wrapped a bit, it seems. I mean, dinosaurs are not mammals. They're not going to be super chunky. And Sensei Pandu, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I mean, not everything is shrink-wrapped. Here's a Deinonychus illustration right here, and the whole point of this is to give it all this, like, superfluous soft tissue stuff that these animals could have had. We don't actually know. You know, just trying to, like, introduce these ideas like this. Kind of breaking the rules, but doing it in a very intelligent way and for a purpose, you know? This is excellent art here, you know? Yeah, yeah. Really fond of Louis Ray's work. He does some excellent stuff. There's his Heterodontosaurus right there. So anyway, each one of these is an actual dinosaur. Not like this slop garbage, you know? Yeah. So those are two books that I would really highly recommend for anybody who's looking for decent dinosaur illustrations. This is just I could go on book recommendations all day. You know, I could continue with this, but we gotta finish this dreadful thing. So let's do that. Right here. Ugh. Yeah. But yeah. Step 2, draw the owl. What I would actually like is, you know, for a book to use a grid system to, like, teach people how to sketch and use proportions and stuff, but... Yeah... Comic Sans font. And it's all, like, fuzzy and blurry. That's not the camera. The actual quality here is just really poor in the book. Just really fuzzy and blurry. This is dog water. This is supposed to be some kind of... theropod? Who is this supposed to be? Is it supposed to be a dromaeosaur? At least it's got feathers, I guess, but you're not going to learn anything about dinosaurs if you get this book. And the inconsistent fonts is weird. Yeah, Rhacodactylus. It's just poor quality. And I don't think that's supposed to be Eutyrannus, because it does look like it's supposed to have a raised digit 2 claw, but that's not actually a digit 2 claw. It's like in between digits 2 and 3? Or 2 and 4? I don't even know what's... it's just garbage. You know? And yeah, the legs are also the wrong shape. Ragnarocker. And here, this is clearly supposed to be a pelycosaur, a synapsid, like Dimetrodon, which is not a dinosaur.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Science Streams.
Professor Anduza, our Psycom hero.
Thank you, Belenz, for the encouraging words and the 34 months of support. Now at tier 3, that's incredible, Belen, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for interjecting a bit of positivity here as we're talking about something so lousy. But yeah. And does every page have different fonts? It might be. Okay, mate, this might even be... Oh. This could be part of the book, but it's not. It's not. Wrong button. I would not be shocked if whoever put this together, you know, allegedly in a video game, just, like, farmed it out on Fiverr. And I was like, hey, make book pages for me. And thus they got a bunch of different fonts and stuff like that. Because, yeah, it does seem like every one of these is a different font. Well, oh, you know, well, we're back to Comic Sans here. It's very, very fuzzy, though. Very blurry. And just look at that. Just garbage. So this is the thing, is that, like, no kid is going to be content if they get this as a present, either. Like, if a well-meaning adult just purchases this off of Amazon really quickly, which I'm sure is what the scammer intends, they're going to be really disappointed. The reason that you get a How to Draw Dinosaurs book is not for the steps. Everybody can draw ovals, and that's like... No, I don't think any kids ever actually follow those steps. What you do is you just go to the final illustration, oops, and you try and copy it. But these aren't good enough to try and copy. They just look like garbage. If I'm a kid in 5th grade and I get this book as a gift, I'm like, I don't want this. I can already draw dinosaurs better than this right here. You know? Tommy Ploticus says, don't judge a book by its cover. It could be worse than the cover. Yeah. This is supposed to be Dunkleosteus right here, which is very much not a dinosaur. This is probably the best creature so far in terms of its rendering. But also, I'm not an expert on placoderm fishes. This is probably, there's probably multiple things wrong with this. But yeah. Step 4, add scales, fins, and teeth, but no commas. Step 5V, color and detail. We skipped from step 4 to step 5V. And step 4, you gotta like peel this back to even. This just, it's absolute garbage. Just complete dog water. This looks like it's maybe supposed to be like Platyosaurus, but I can't really tell. Yeah. Step 5, add feathers, space, comma, teeth, no space, nails, and other minor details. Just no attention to detail here. It's just garbage. And And we've got a knockoff Deinonychus here. It's like, it's not even interesting how bad these are. It's not even just like so bad it's funny. It's just so bad it's bad. We've got an ichthyosaur here. Yeah. What in the world is that supposed to be? We've got the world's worst Oviraptorosaur right here, and that's really saying something. There's a lot of bad Oviraptorosaur illustrations in the world. This looks like a Wish.com version of Big Bird. You know? Oh, hey Mom, can we go see Big Bird? It's like, no, we have Big Bird at home. And this is Big Bird at home. You know? It's a person with nice legs in a chicken suit, says Sloppy Salamander. Yeah, it's, this is awful. That's the thing, is the final illustration, like, that's what you're supposed to get excited about as a kid, and this is what you're, you know, what you're striving for, and it's so bad. I would be really embarrassed to do a drawing like this as a kid. And what in the world is this gonna be? Oh no. I'm scared to turn the page. What in the world? Behold. A ceratopsian with 2 nose horns and brow horns that are not on the brows.
Lifestyles of the large and extinct.
And
because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs.
Well.
The imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
It's
Towards
true.
Night and their 27 children are walking through that gateway right now.
Towards Night, holy cow, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It is really good to have you here. Howdy, howdy. Good stuff. Good stuff. We are going through this awful book right now. We're talking about the perils of AI dinosaur art. And this is something that I think it was like $9 on Amazon. It was not worth it. Holy cow. I knew it wasn't going to be worth it. We will be returning this and leaving a review. Anyway, welcome everybody. Towards Night, thank you again for the raid. How did your stream go? I hope it was excellent. And sorry for the negative subject matter today, but it's important to talk about these things. You know, these are subjects that have bearings on our own lives, especially if you're somebody who creates art for a living. AI is something to be very wary of. So we're being wary about that today. Anyway, welcome.
Your eyelid. It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
And Silly Steve Show, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Uncle Al56 and Mr. Rowdio Propagations. Thank you for your follows also. I really appreciate that. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. As you could probably guess, looking at my office here. Allosaurus skull 3D print. Yeah. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. And, yeah. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living nowadays, is doing science outreach 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So, weird topic today, talking about AI art, how it's exploitative, and how it generates really crummy, lousy dinosaurs. But, yeah. Do we want a quick welcome video? Give me a 1 in the chat if you might be new here and would appreciate a welcome video. Kind of introduce you to the channel. Yes, please, says Casey Snow Art. Towards Night is giving us a 1. Excellent. Daily themes. Oh, that's really cool. Towards Night. Well, I'm glad it's been fun. Let me call forth our good friend, previously recorded Danny. And he'll tell you a little bit about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place and all that good stuff. So without further ado, previously recorded, Danny, would you like to introduce some of these new folks to the channel?
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. 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 I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Towards Night and now Chai Latte Nebula for their raids. It's so good to have all of you here. And thank you for bringing your viewers over. I hope you both had a wonderful stream. It's good to see you. And now hopefully you know a thing or two about who I am and what I'm all about. Those folks who were new. Yeah. That video is a little old, as Claire Burr was saying. I made that video back in 2020. Lots changed since then. I'm streaming here on Twitch full-time now. It's been kind of a dream come true to be able to do science outreach full-time. So I still teach occasionally in person, but I've been able to fund my research and fieldwork by streaming here. I'm super grateful for that opportunity. Last summer, we were able to bring the whole audience along while doing fieldwork in Wyoming and Utah, digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur and doing it live on Twitch. It was a ton of fun. Looking forward to doing that again in just a few months here. So stay tuned for that. But, yeah. What are you again? Oh, paleontologist, Casey's knowing. I know you're making a joke. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. That's who I am. That's who I am. Anyway, for those of you just joining us, the thing that we're kind of hanging today's stream on is this garbage piece of family-friendly stream. I'm not gonna use those words, but this is just a really crummy, slapdash, AI-generated book on how to draw realistic dinosaurs. This is not realistic. Look at those hind limbs. That is about as far from realistic as you can get. Ugh. Anyway, garbage. Basura. So we're trying to get through this, and again, shame towards night. Yeah. You end up with stuff like this. Brow horn's not in the right place. There's 2 nose horns for some reason. There's no ceratopsian dinosaurs that actually... It's just... Again, everything in this is just a trick. It's like... Everything in this is either directly stolen from other bits of art, or it's just supposed to be like a clever facade. And what is going on with the tail right there in this poor plesiosaur? Plesiosaurs also not dinosaurs, by the way. There's no information about these animals. There's no descriptions of what they are. You just have kind of written in broken English instructions here in like weirdly inconsistent fonts. Yeah, not even a name. And what this is not a real animal. This is entirely made up. What is this supposed to be? What is this supposed to be? This is not a dinosaur. It's not even a real... At least the plesiosaur, you know, while not being a dinosaur, at least this, like, it's recognizable as, like, a real kind of ancient marine reptile. But... what in the world is that supposed to be? They're just making stuff up at this point. It's just bottom of the barrel garbage. A lolligator, there you go, as your fire. And this is supposed to be a speedo, a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian, like a hypsilophodont or something like that, but this is one of the least worst so far. But what's going on with its hands, and why are the arms so short? And just garbage, you know. There you go, Casey Snowart. And Sensei Pandu says, what makes a dinosaur a dinosaur? Reptile and time period? It's more specific than that, Sensei Pandu. That's a great question. If you're wondering what makes a dinosaur, let me show you. I was going to say, what page am I on? So I don't have to go through this again. There's no page numbers either. There we go. So, what is a dinosaur and what isn't? This is a handy little graphic. You can get this at 252mya.com. You can actually buy a poster of this. I love the art style here. Really, really well done. And we refer to this all the time on this channel because people ask me, Danny, what is a dinosaur and what isn't? How do you tell the difference? In order to be a dinosaur, you have to do one very specific thing. And that's evolve from a dinosaur ancestor. The way that we classify living things in science is based on their ancestry. It's based on where they fit in on the family tree. It's based on what they evolved from. And so dinosaurs are what we call a clade. This is a group of living things. Let me get out the draw pad so we can annotate this. There we go. Yeah. Oh!
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Renmelian's search has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Renmelian, how are you doing? And thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you here. We were just talking about what is a dinosaur and what isn't. Looks like you were doing some art. Very cool, Renmelian. We are talking about the pitfalls and pratfalls of AI dinosaur art today. Ooh. We'll get back to that in a minute, but tell me how your stream went. I want to hear about it, Renmelian. Renmelian, I hope it went well. It's good to see you. Thanks for rating. There we go. There we are. So. When it does... Sorry, I'm gonna put the draw pad away for now, because it does this thing where it resets and it mirrors itself, and so it's on the wrong side of the screen. I'll fix that later. I'm not gonna bother with it right now. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to evolve from this original dinosaur ancestor. This is how we classify living things. It's based on their ancestry. When we say that creatures are more closely related to one another, we don't just mean that they look vaguely more similar, we mean that they actually share a common ancestor more recently than other creatures. You know, like a dog is more closely related to a fox than it is to a barnacle, because not too long ago, dogs and foxes shared a common ancestor. That's one of the reasons why they look so similar. And in order to get to the common ancestor of a dog and a barnacle, you gotta go way, 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 way back further in time. So dinosaurs are creatures that evolved from this early dinosaurian ancestor, something kind of like Eoraptor. This is why birds are considered dinosaurs, because birds evolved from that dinosaur ancestor. You could trace their ancestry back to that. This is why crocodiles are not dinosaurs, because they didn't evolve from that dinosaur ancestor. Dinosaurs and crocodiles do share a common ancestor. This group of animals called archosaurs. So both dinosaurs and crocodiles are a kind of archosaur. But crocodiles are not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. And Alphador the cat says, Chiraid. I was doing a workout. I'm at my keyboard now. I hope your workout was good, Alphador. It's good to see you. Thanks for raiding in. What's Renmelian? Good. Yeah. And Renmelian says, I thought foxes were closer to felines? You might be thinking of hyenas there, Renmelian. Let me show you. Foxes are within Canidae. They are dog-like carnivorous mammals. Let me show you. Let's go to mammals first. On our tree of life. Yeah. But yeah. There we go. There's mammals. And then you've got different clades of mammals. We can get more and more specific on our way up to... there's Laurasia theory, which includes the carnivorans. That's the group that we're looking for. Carnivorans are over here. Carnivorans are mammals that have got those carnassial teeth in the back. They all inherited that from their common ancestor. So 51.4 million years ago, all these guys had a common ancestor. They were all the same thing. They all came from one species 51.4 million years ago. They all evolved from that species. That's why today they're all carnivorans. It's because they all come from that common ancestor. So the cat-like carnivorans, Feliformia, are over here. But we're looking for the dog-like carnivorans. And they're up here. And this includes foxes, like the red fox. So we can jump from there to vulpes. The red fox. And it's right over there. Yeah. So they are part of Caniformia, the dog-like canines. True foxes. And their allies. Foxes. And dogs, foxes, wolves, and more. And then like the dog-like carnivores. Does that make sense? And I was telling you earlier about archosaurs. Crocodiles and dinosaurs are both archosaurs. And there we go, that's this clade. This tree doesn't have extinct animals like the non-bird dinosaurs, but it does have birds, which are dinosaurs. So today, birds and crocodilians are each other's closest living relatives. A bird like this bunting is related to creatures like this crocodile. So this crocodile is more closely related to this bird. A Nile crocodile is more closely related to this bird or a penguin. A croc is closer to a penguin than it is to a lizard. I know that sounds kind of nuts, but all of the ones that were kind of in between are now gone. So you can't really see that like smooth gradation, you know? Because all of the creatures that you might think of as being like in between animals like this, for instance, theropod dinosaurs, they're extinct now. So today you've just got these ends of these branches that might seem very different from each other, crocs and birds, but they only seem so wildly different because all the creatures that are kind of in between, like this, a feathery tyrannosaur, it's because these guys are gone, you know? We're missing those hints nowadays. Does that make sense? This is why fossil science is important, is it helps us recontextualize the things that we see every day. It helps make the world make sense in that regard. So yeah. Anyway, this is the sort of thing that we normally talk about for the majority of time here on this channel. But today we've got a weird special stream. We're trying to get through this nonsense, so let's continue here. Let's get through this so I can write an honest review of it And then start the return process, because this is, of course, basura. It's garbage. Ugh. Yeah, this is shockingly maybe one of the least worst dinosaurs so far. It almost seems to have feathers, but they're not calling it feathers. They call it like fur. Add details like fur. Beak and nails. And like the text itself is blurry. That's not just the camera. As we autofocus in, the text itself is blurry. Everything about this is just garbage. Yeah. And then a stegosaur here. Okay, this is probably the best dinosaur so far, and this is not AI generated, clearly. They probably just kind of traced this from some human artist's work. It's lousy that it looks muddy and bad when they color it in like this. It looked better just as a line drawing. But yeah. Yeah. How this was made. They probably did a lot of stuff on Fiverr, you know? I have no idea what this animal is supposed to be. What? What? Completely different font on each page? Oh yeah, Axeman. You bet. Add details like scales, horns, and tail, etc. Oh yeah, those details like the tail. It is vaguely Ankylosaur-like. Is it supposed to be like Minmai or Kunbarasaurus, or is it supposed to be like Stegauros, or it's just... Don't even bother to ask. Crazy Nut DK, 28 months of support. Thank you for that, Crazy Nut. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Good stuff. Much better than this. Thank you for injecting some positivity into this. Dame Karen says, does it have eyes? I'm not sure it does. Is that an eye right there? I'm very suspicious. Try and focus in, but when we focus in, that's like the font gets more blurry as we focus on the image, because the font is also just blurry. Yeah. Ugh. Garbage. Anyway, Schrodinger's eye. I thought it was a nostril. Yeah. And again, it's just nonsense. Again, it's like this. As someone pointed out earlier. How to draw an owl. Fun and creative guide for beginners. Figure 1, draw 2 circles. Figure 2, draw the rest of the owl. This is like that, except the final drawing isn't even good. I don't know where they copied this from, but it's lousy. Is that supposed to be T-Rex? Presumably. It's got 2 fingers at least. It's got the wrong number of toes contacting the ground. That's not an AI issue, I don't think. I think it's just poor draftsmanship. Yeah. Like they couldn't be bothered to even try to make it match dinosaur. Yeah. Casey Snow art. Yeah. A tracing of a photo of a bad T-Rex figurine owned as a child. It probably is Casey Snow art. It probably is. Is that Guanji? Sloppy Salamander. Do not slander the great Guanji. Guanji the Great in that way. Guanji's far more beautiful than this. And then step 5 color. Oh boy. Nothing useful in here, and we have this at the end. And I kind of hate that this, like, tries to humanize the book. Thank you again for using this book. Hope you liked it as much as I had fun creating it. Is this AI generated too? I need you to do me a little favor before you leave. Would you kindly think about publishing a book review for this one on the platform? Oh boy. You know what? I think we can do that. I think we can do that. Yeah, will we ever? Oh boy. Let's do that. Oh yeah, Golganek. Be returning this as well. Let's go into orders here. And please don't tell me it's been discontinued. No, there it is. Return or replace items. Let's see. What should I choose for the reason? Let's say item defective or doesn't work. Here we go. Yeah. This is a scam book. With AI-generated images and text. And continue. Returnless refunds to your Amazon account balance? They don't even want it back. No, maybe I don't want to do item is defective or doesn't work. Maybe I want a different... We'll say no longer needed. Item is in good condition. Yeah. This book is a scam product with AI generated images and text. And continue. And they don't want it back. Returnless refund your Amazon account balance? Okay, let's try that. They just don't want it back? We are processing your refund. You don't need to return the item back to us. Well, well, well. I guess this is going to be taking up space on my shelf. Okay, that saves me a walk to the UPS store at least. Yeah, but let's get that refund. Yeah. And now let's go ahead and leave a review here. There we go. It's already got 7 ratings here. Let's take a look. This book is AI generated. It teaches nothing. All of the dinosaur sketches and instructions in this book are AI generated. Even the cover image is fake. You will learn nothing about factual dinosaur anatomy or even any actual drawing techniques from this book. Amazon should ban AI generated books like this. They're essentially fraudulent. I agree. Let's write our own review right here. Overall rating, 1. Don't waste your money. This product is fake. And add a photo or video. Well, well, well. Let's take a look at some of the pages inside, shall we? Let's take some images of that. Yeah. Let's find one that's got a nice big fat typo in there, shall we? Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, we didn't even look at this. Ugh. What even is that? Yeah. Just garbage. Here, let's move our light so it's a little bit better lit there. And then let's take an image. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's do this one too. There we go. Yeah, let's do it. Find these images here in my camera. Go photos. There we go. And ground level news. Well, hello, hello. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Back to Paleontologizing.
News and their 14 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
What did you get up to today, ground level news? I want to hear all about it. Raiders, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. And, thank you for joining us. Oh, shoot. Camera's frozen. Give me a second here. That's better. Yeah. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. And today we're talking about... Well, we're talking about this monstrosity here. Ew. We're talking about AI dinosaur art and AI dinosaur art scams like this book and stuff like that. And I was just about... Well, not just about to. I'm in the middle of writing a quick little review with some images of this book. We were looking at that today, and yeah, it's left a pretty bad taste in my mouth, gotta say. Let's save that. Desktop, open that up here. And oh, it'll only let me do one at a time? Uh-oh, page is freezing. Come on, Amazon. Page unresponsive. Oh, Amazon. Anyway, gotta wait for it. But anyway, what did you get up to today, ground level news? I hope you had a wonderful stream. What kind of important stuff are you talking about today? Or documenting, or what kind of journalism were you getting up to? I want to hear about it. But yeah. He used to send that to Amazon along with an anti-AI art letter. Yeah, there you go. But yeah. Shoot, I guess let's refresh the page. Let's see if that works. Oh boy. Overall rating 1 star. Here we go. Add photo or video. There we go. And that seems to have made the page unresponsive. Oh boy, not again. I guess maybe we can't upload an image. I guess that breaks the page. But thank you, Magic Kitty Pixie, for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. It's very good to have you here. Yeah. Add a written review. I want to actually offer helpful advice in this, so I'm going to be thinking about like how to draw dinosaur books that have actually been useful to me. So I'll put that in there at the end, but yeah. This book is just a quick cash grab. With artificial intelligence. Generated images. And many of those aren't even of dinosaurs. Strong opening line, says Lordy. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm not trying to, like, I have a tendency to be too wordy and stuff like this. And I'm also not good at writing things out live on stream. So bear with me. It's not my normal writing process. Yeah. Let's see. The instructions are written in broken English. In with different fonts on each page. And there isn't even any useful useful guidance on how to draw any of the imaginary AI There is not even any useful guidance on how to draw any of the imaginary AI regurgitated creatures. Yeah. That were slapped together here. No, that doesn't sound right. Ugh. Here, we need a solid, a little real burn of a line at the end. Say something like, if I were an adult purchasing this book, I would have to be very dumb indeed. If I were a child receiving this as a gift, I would assume that the gifter were very dumb as well. Something like that. Don't waste your money. I wouldn't just be sorely disappointed. Sorry. Number pad. That's also my soundboard. Do not waste your money. If you're looking for an actual guide to drawing dinosaurs, I'd recommend, and then let's look up some stuff. I had some How to Draw Dinosaur books as a kid, which were pretty okay. Let's see if we can find some of those that I remember from my childhood. There was this one, yeah. Yeah. This is good stuff. A little out of date, but fine. I'm not really familiar with any of the rest of these, so I can't really recommend them in good conscience. But, let's see. Draw Dinosaurs by Doug Dubosc. I'd recommend Draw Dinosaurs.
What?
Sorry for the soundboard again. It's my number pad. Bear with me. That book actually gives good pointers on how to sketch dinosaurs in a stepwise fashion. The illustrations in it aren't too shabby either. Hope that's helpful. Yeah. So there you go. Just to read it out here. This book is just a quick cash grab with artificial intelligence generated images, and many of those aren't even of dinosaurs. The illustrations, such that they exist, are written in... The instructions, such that they exist, are written in broken English, with different fonts on each page, and there isn't even any useful guidance on how to draw any of the various AI regurgitated creatures. If I were a child receiving this as a gift, I wouldn't just be sorely disappointed, I'd also have to assume that the person gifting it to me didn't really care about me much. Do not waste your money. If you're looking for an actual guide to drawing dinosaurs, I'd recommend Draw Dinosaurs by Doug Dubosc. That book actually gives good pointers on how to sketch dinosaurs in a stepwise fashion. Illustrations in it aren't too shabby either. Hope that's helpful. Submit. There you go. Good stuff. So, yeah. Lenina and Blue Front, goodness. What is this? Harry says, Grandma cares, she just doesn't know about AI. I mean, I'm trying to help out Grandma in this respect, you know? Like, somebody else is helping me out here. Do not sell or share my personal information, please, Ko-Fi. Let's do this. Save my preferences. And we've got a... What is... There's a name for this. Like an abbreviated name for this kind of agreement. What's it called? It's like an acronym. It's like a Bluto or a... It's not TOS. Terms of service. There's a different... It's like... There, EULA, that's it. Thank you, Finder Keeper. End user license agreement. EULA, that's it. Thank you, Finder Keeper. Yeah, and Hanny's got it. Oh, Hanny's got it first, yeah. Nice, Hanny's. And Diziet Sma, and holy cow.
To view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Well.
Who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science.
Creatrix_Brit and their 30 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Creatrix Brit, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? And welcome to Paleontologizing. How did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. What kind of cool creative pursuit were you getting up to today? You were kind of exploring the opposite of that. Talking about AI, artificial intelligence, procedurally generated...
TV off.
Tech Jeeper, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, I just left a review of this piece of garbage. This is an AI-generated how to draw dinosaurs book that I purchased on Amazon so that you good folks would not have to, and that way I could leave a review of it, which I just did. Yeah, here it is right here. And hang on, this is supposed to be... Under the correct name, please.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur? What?
Hybrid Robotics, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah, anyway. Britt, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Sorry I'm a little bit flummoxed right now. There's a lot going on. And the review is not submitting properly? Or is it? I don't know, I guess we'll see. Is it live yet? It does not appear so, because... Yeah... Oh! There it is! Yeah! Good stuff. So, if any of you want to rate that as helpful, the link is too long. Let's shorten that up. URL shortener. There we go. Blammo. Copy. Paste. There we go. And did I save the text? I could always rewrite it. It'll be in the VOD. But, and Hybrid Robotics says you probably do not want to get me started talking about robotics. I might, another time, not right now, but robotics is really interesting, and that's super cool. It's good to have you here, Hybrid Robotics. But yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, a how to draw book by someone who can't draw by the look of the content. Yeah, and the AI can't do it either. The whole thing's just a scam. So, yeah. Anyway, if you would like to jump on there and rate it as helpful, hopefully that would help a lot of people out. So there we go. RC Maniac says Britt was interviewing Chuck Hellebuke, a 3D printer, electronics maker, and international influencer, according to the NHL. Very, very cool, RC Maniac. And Britt, that sounds super awesome. That sounds super awesome. Holy cow. Really neat, Britt. Congrats. That sounds like an awesome interviewee, and I'm sure an awesome interview by an awesome interviewer. I do a lot of 3D printing myself on this channel. Like this full-size Allosaurus skull. It looks bigger than it, or it is bigger than it looks. Because it's, you know, life-size. Yeah. Allosaurus. This took about 900 hours to print. It was well worth it. I'm still not done with it. I still gotta paint it. And smooth over all the print lines, fill in some gaps here and there, stuff like that. But yeah. I do a lot of 3D printing. A lot of 3D printing on this channel. Here, shoot. Protoceratops skull right here. Also a 3D print. 3D printing is a huge deal in dinosaur paleontology and vertebrate paleontology in general. Sometimes the original specimens are too delicate to be moved, or you might live on the other side of the world and you want to study the external morphology of a specimen like this, but you don't have access to it. You could have somebody scan it, send you the files, and then you print it yourself. Yeah, 3D printing, it takes longer than molding and casting, which is like our more traditional method of making fossil replicas like this, but the thing is, you can do it remotely. And it could be far less dangerous to the specimen itself if you can just scan it when it's sitting there on a desk. You can even just use your phone to do that, like I've done recently. Yeah. So a lot of museums are getting into 3D printing and scanning of specimens and just creating digital backups of things. It's currently a big deal in paleontology, you know? Yeah. An optically CAT scan, Dave of Things, I've actually just used my phone to do photogrammetric models. Yeah. Here, I'll show you a little video about that. Oh, wait. Oh, this is new. Whoa. I was going to show you this video at the top. But this is brand new here. This just came out a month ago? Well, shoot. This is highly relevant.
If you have a 3D printer at home, what is the largest object you've ever printed? For us, this life-size replica of a real Triceratops skull is definitely in the top 3.
Or Torosaurus, according to some people.
And weighing an impressive 66 kilograms, you can find it at the Prague Zoo under the open sky.
Very
Let's
cool.
Take you behind the scenes and show you the process of creating this extraordinary piece. First of all, we needed a high-quality 3D model suitable for printing. We worked closely with the staff of Dinosauria Museum Prague, which hosts a number of priceless dinosaur fossils, providing a unique glimpse into the prehistoric world.
Some of those fossils weren't priceless because they literally purchased them. There's not a lot of dinosaurs in or around Prague or Czechia, or whatever that country's called. I think it's Czechia now, right? It used to be the Czech Republic, now it's Czechia. Anyway, yeah, a friend of mine, colleague of mine, was going there recently to study a specimen that they purchased from Wyoming. He lives right next door to Wyoming, but he had to fly all the way to Czechia in order to be able to study this thing. But yeah, Yeah. And still Czech Republic. Czechia is the shortened name. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Thank you, RC Maniac. I appreciate you setting me straight there. And Sloppy Salamander, what are your thoughts on Torosaurus being an elder Triceratops? I think that's the case. Yeah. I think they're one and the same. But that's a discussion for another time. We're not going to get into that right now. Yeah.
Among them is a massive skeleton of a 12-ton Triceratops.
And what are the holes in the frill just to save weight? These might be the result of like osteoporosis or something like that. Part of these have also been filled in. Like this is a specimen that they purchased probably from like a private dealer here in the United States. Triceratops so far has only been found in the United States and in like southernmost Canada. So they don't have these in Europe. So like they purchased this here. And when you purchase a dinosaur, there will be parts that are filled in. There will be, you know, if you want to make sure that your dinosaur is 100% authentic, you got to dig it up yourself, basically. And so I don't know what's going on here. There's definitely some artistic license that went into this, you know? Yeah. And Werewolf Cast says, I saw someone make a dinosaur skull by using foam and picture slices of a scan. That's what we do for really, really large things sometimes. I'll show you that in a minute, too. Use it like a rapid prototyper kind of deal. But yeah. Anyway, this is... puncture marks. I don't know. Like, I'm not willing to even speculate about this because it was a commercial specimen, clearly. Like... There was some kind of funny business going on here, and that's all I can say about that.
Found in the Hell Creek Formation in Montana. We used a Fujifilm X-H1 camera to capture up to 400 photos of the skull from all sides.
It's a moon pie
These photos were then utilized in the reality capture software to produce a 3D model using a process called photogrammetry. With the use of a GeForce RTX 3080 GPU, we were able to create a beautiful model comprising over 5 million triangles, ideal for a large, detailed print. To fit
Dinosaur off
our
Craigslist. Oh no,
original
Ongoy.
XL 3D printers, it had to be separated into 34 massive parts using Prusa Slicer and its cutting tool. To expedite the process, we also utilized the free testing capacity of the Prusa Pro AFS, our automated print
That's a
farm
lot
system.
bigger than my Prusa printer. I've got a Mark 3S. i3 Mark 3S. Come here. You want to come here? Oh, there we go. Well, hello, Moon Pie. Wow, what a rare treat. This is like only the third time you've ever appeared on stream, Moon Pie. It's good to see you. Yeah, she's the most elusive of the 3 cats who are my landlords here. It's because she doesn't like treats, so I can't really bribe her to come up on the desk. Watch. Watch as I try and give her a treat. I'll show you, Chad. I'll show you. Look here, Moon Pie. Do you want a treat? I know you don't. Come here. Hey. I know you just want to chew on the plastic plant, but... She says, nope. Nope, not interested. Not interested. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. She's called Moon Pie because she's cream filled. Look at that little white spot. You're so pretty, Moon Pie. So Moon Pie has got this kind of squashed face, truncated. She's got what we would call a brachyrostron condition. Kind of flattened face, almost like a bat. Not a mega bat, not like a flying fox or a fruit bat, but like, you know, the echolocating bats. Yeah. Can I brush you, Moon Pie? There we go. Let's get that coat nice and glossy, huh? Wow. All the cats love that plastic plant. They love my cat-safe plastic cycad. If that were a real cycad, it would be poisonous, and I could not have it on my desk. Because the cats would try and eat it. But, you love that, don't you? You love the Zycad. Yeah. There we go. Look at all that. Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Boston cream pie is her East Coast sister. There you go, Annie's. Well, Moon Pie here actually came all the way from Ohio to California. Ios and Lordy adopted her after she followed them home one night. Just meowing and yeah. Lordy or Ios can tell you the story someday. I wasn't there. But, just going nuts for that plant. Oh, it's good stuff. Look at that. Oh. Get that fur. Let's get it. Let's get it. Anywho. Yeah. She followed you home from the bar around 2 a.m. in the winter, so cold and sniffly. Yeah, you told me this story, Lordy. And she was like sickly and didn't really groom herself. You said there was something wrong with her nose, and then you like took her to the vet, and they pulled a big old thing out of her nose, and she was just a different cat after that, right? Such a cool story. You knew a good thing when you saw it, Moon Pie. Following Lordy and Ios home that night, huh? Yeah. And now you get to live here? Well, shoot, now I get to live here too. It's good stuff. Alright. Thanks for dropping by, Moon Pie. Love you too. Let's hang out later. Let's continue with this video here. There you go, Casey Snoward.
We created the replica to display it under the open sky, so we had to take measures to protect the skull from year-round weather.
Interesting.
We used putty to fill the gaps.
Yeah, I use water putty
to seal the model.
There's the stuff that I use for rock hard water putty. This stuff, Durham's, is what I use for. I used to use this on fossils back in Montana when I worked at Museum of the Rockies. It works on fossil 3D prints as well. And it's cheap. It's like $9 for a container this big. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So here they were using some putty there.
We used putty to fill the gaps and applied 3 kilograms of laminate to seal the model.
Huh.
Afterward, it was painted and post-processed using a method called
$50 at least. You don't have that locally, Confused Echidna? You don't have water putty down in Straya?
So
I'm sure you've got some equivalent product.
Zoo, you can check one of the largest 3D prints we have ever produced. A beautiful blend of history and modern technology. And if you want...
I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Remtide, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Too. You can find it at printables.com under the Dinosauria Museum Prague profile. Happy printing.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I've printed my own Triceratops skulls, 2 of them. One of them I created via photogrammetry by taking a bunch of photos of the original, which is here at Baby Triceratops. It's just down the road from me at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. There you go. That's it there on the right.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Why does the Triceratops have fenestra in the frill?
Well, because Triceratops developed fenestrae in their fill later on in ontogeny, little Marmar. We just call them Torosaurus sometimes after that. No, that one there in particular is that's a commercial specimen, and so
It's a massive scale.
It's I'm not sure what the commercial dealers did to it.
Into the prehistoric world. Among them,
but there's clearly something weird going on here. I've dug up Triceratops specimens that are starting to fenestrate. Like the frill gets incredibly thin right here. I don't know if they damaged this in the field, or I don't know if those fenestrae were actually there in life or what. But there's something weird going on here, and unfortunately, it was a commercial specimen, so we might never really get the full story. This museum purchased it from a group in Montana, I guess. So yeah, commercial digs. I know, right, Lenina?
Ew.
Yeah. Anyway, a much cooler specimen, honestly, is this little guy. A baby Triceratops skull at the museum I was at this morning in Berkeley, California. Little baby Triceratops skull. It's on display there in the Life Sciences Library. It's a cast, so that's like a replica of the original. The real one is under lock and key, not where somebody could just walk away with it under their arm, thankfully. Although that big one in the middle, the big horns, that's the real skull. But that's a real Triceratops. That's actual fossil bone there. Anyway, a couple years ago, I decided to try out this whole photogrammetry thing, so I got my phone and I asked the librarian's permission to step beyond the velvet rope there and just walked around and took a whole bunch of photos of this thing. And let me show you what resulted. Voila! A baby Triceratops skull right here. So I was able to generate a 3D model of this by photogrammetrizing it. You take a bunch of photos from all different angles, every conceivable angle you can think of, and then you run that through a computer program, and it will generate a 3D model based on that. If you took your photos well enough, and if they're good enough quality, it'll generate a model that you can use. You then like kind of convert it into one format, and then another, and then another, and then finally it's printable. And I printed it. So there we go. Yeah. What software did I put the photos into? This was, what was it called? I learned about it through Prusa, which is the same. Here it is. It was called, was it Meshbox? Mesh something? Mesh Mixer?
Got home, and now you want to reconstruct the 3D model. The workflow is really simple. Copy all of the images to a folder on your hard drive, and then drag and drop the folder or the selected images
Meshroom.
into the Meshroom window.
Meshroom is what it's called.
To a destination of your liking, otherwise the reconstruction gets stored in a temporary folder. And now you can either hit start, but what's better is to right-click the structure from Motion Node and hit compute.
Okay.
Actually, let's quickly talk about these nodes.
Yeah, let's not actually.
Can be imported directly to Slicer. You'll most likely want to do at least some very basic cleanup of the model before printing it.
Yeah. Cool.
The finished model, printed from Prusa PLA Silver and Galaxy Black, turned out really well, right?
Very nice. So yeah, really cool stuff that you can do with 3D printing nowadays and photogrammetry, and I'm all about that. So thank you again for the raid, Creatrix Brit. I know you do a ton of 3D printing yourself, and you're always giving me cool tips and pointers, and holy cow, chat. If you're not yet following Creatrix Brit, you are missing out. She does really cool stuff. If you like Star Wars, or cosplay, or just hanging out with chill, creative folks, you know, chatting live on Twitch, you go check out Creatrix Brit. Go give her a follow right now. Anyway, yeah. It has 2 holes in it. Probably served to lighten the heavy skull. Part of the shield is completely missing. We conclude it was a bite from a T-Rex. Yeah, none of that stuff's been published, RC Maniac. Yeah, yeah. And again, how much of that was damaged in the field? Yeah. I really hope that's true, and maybe they do have documentation of this. But yeah, I don't know. Anytime I hear about a specimen was purchased, that's a major red flag right there. You know, that's sirens blaring. You know. Well, not sirens, but you know, commercial paleontology. Ugh, yeah, yeah. Anyway. Is it possible for calcite to replace dinosaur bone and make a limestone fossil? Yeah, evolutionism, yeah, absolutely. Some fossils are exactly that. Where the original bone is completely decayed, but there's a hollow left in the rock, and then that gets filled in by minerals. It happens, yeah. Yeah. And Salasunk, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Lenina, I was gonna look at on Ko-Fi. Okay, I guess I gotta agree to the terms. Lenina, I think I will. Thank you, Lenina. And it says, thanks for all you do. Have some Taco Bell on us. Oh yeah. $10. Thank you, Lenina. That'll get me 2 good meals. There. Chat, ask not for whom the Taco Bell tolls. It tolls for me. Thank you, Lenina and Blue. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. Thank you, Lenina. Thank you very much. And Blue, thank you. Yeah. Who is selling those bones, though, and where are they sourcing them? Oh, no. I wasn't gonna... This is one of my soapboxes, and I'm trying not to get drawn into it right now. I'm trying not to have a big old spiel about this, but... You know, I promise you we will talk about that another time. When I haven't been streaming for over 5 hours already. But yeah. You know, I can give you a link to a video that I'm in about this. There we go.
And fine.
Yeah. I did this interview at like 3 in the morning. I was so tired and nervous.
Welcome back. In the world of dinosaur bones, something is out of joint. A skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex named Shem was due to be auctioned with appropriate hype in Hong Kong this coming week. Expected to fetch more than £20 million,
Didn't happen.
Was abruptly withdrawn from sale by auction house Christie's when doubts emerged over the provenance of parts of the skeleton. The plot thickens as it appears that some of Shen may be replicated from the bones of another T-Rex called Stan. This Jurassic whodunit has serious implications. Globally, millions are made illegally trading bones and fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them. David Waterhouse is the Senior Curator of Natural History and Geology at Norfolk Museum and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch.
On what? What's he talking about? Anyway, here's a link. If you'd like to watch the rest of that there. If you want to get my take on commercial fossil industry and all that, oh boy. But yeah, get your name right. Oh yeah, he did a good job. Cheers to him. And I was fully expecting to because GB News is like my impression, not being from the UK, that this is like a fairly right-wing news organization. I was fully expecting like a fight about this. I thought I was going to have to defend the virtue of science, you know, against commercial interests, and it wasn't like that at all. Like, yeah, Michael Portillo here he was already on board. He's like, yeah, this is a travesty. These things shouldn't be sold. I was not expecting that. So I'm like, coming in, getting ready to be all pugilistic about it, and like, no, it was great. So check it out. Give that a watch. The what? The what? I'm sorry. Again? I'm getting hard of hearing at the end of this stream. It's streaming to them. The what? The what? Wombat hole. Thank you. And I'm sorry, can you repeat it just one another time? The what? I didn't catch that.
13 really.
Wombat hole, thank you for the 13 months of support. Holy cow. That's a lot. That's a lot of months. So that's almost a year, isn't it? Thank you, Wombat hole. Anyway. With all that said, I gotta wrap this thing up. I gotta eat some dinner. Streaming for 5.25 hours so far, so let me let you know, tomorrow's stream will be late. I've got an important museum meeting, and we'll also be doing a crossover with Balint of Science Streams later, so tomorrow's stream probably will not start at 2 p.m. It'll probably be later than that. Don't worry about it. I'll be there. Might be a little late, though. But until then, let's wrap things up here. Put a Smilodon here under our credits.
Version of heaven.
And Kawaii Monster 805, thank you for the follow. Arigato for the follow, Kawaii Monster. Unless it's not Kauai like the Hawaiian island. That's spelled differently. Anyway, thank you, Kawaii Monster. And thank you, everybody, for a wonderful stream today. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. I hope, even though we were talking about a subject that always gets my goat, AI, dinosaur art, I hope this is still enjoyable for you. I thought it was important to talk about, and so we talked about it. Let's see who else is streaming on Twitch right now, whom we might be able to raid into. Let us see here. Astro Canuck is on, and Yogurt Garrel is on. You know what? We're gonna... Oh, and also Melissa in Denial is on. Melissa in Denial or Yogurt Garrel. Let's raid Melissa. She is an Egyptologist and an archaeologist here on Twitch. And she's playing something called Skull and Bones. Like old Poppy Bush, right? That Yale Secret Society. Let's go see what she's up to. Thank you, everybody, for a fun stream. I hope you had fun today. I hope you learned something, all that good stuff. And thank you, everybody who contributed financially, everyone who raided in. So many raiders today. So many wonderful raids. Everybody who followed, chatted, asked questions, lurked, moderated. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, everybody. Let's go see what Melissa is up to. I'll catch you tomorrow on Valentine's Day when we're going to be talking about dinosaur reproduction. We're going to do our best to keep it G-rated tomorrow. Or at least PG. See you then, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.